Let me know when we start streaming. We started. Okay, quiet everyone, please. Right. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and members, of course, and officers. It doesn't seem long since we were last here. In fact, it is only 1 week. So, welcome back. Gives me great pleasure to start this planning committee meeting here at Lichfield District Council on Monday, the 6th of March, 2023. The other thing is, of course, I'd like to welcome all of those who are viewing online. This meeting is being streamed live, and so a very good evening to anyone who happens to be tuning in for this meeting. With that, I will now move on to the agenda that we have in front of us, and once again, it is quite a packed agenda, so I'm hoping that we can get through this meeting in reasonable time. First item on the agenda is the apologies for absence, and as far as I know, the only one that we have had is Councillor Powell. Do we have any other apologies, please, members? Okay, thank you very much. That's it then. So Councillor Powell, the only apology for this meeting. Members, item 2 on the agenda is declarations of interest. Do we have any such declarations, please? Looks as though we have 2 or 3. I'll start off with Councillor Checkland.
In relation to the application we heard a month ago, I sent an email the next day, which following the application that we heard a month ago that has been put up for today, I've sent a fairly strongly worded email, and I now consider that I'm not particularly in a position to come in with an independent mind, so I shall stand out of that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Checkland. Councillor Baker on my left. Councillor Baker, the Vice Chair of the Planning Committee.
I don't mind being called Vice Chairman, Chairman. I need to declare an interest for 220072 COU and 2201282 full, as I've called those in and will be speaking on them.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baker. Okay, Councillor Matthews next, please.
Thank you, Chair. As before, personal interest in 21-01956 Shortwich Lane, so I will be absenting myself at that consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Councillor Cross, please.
Thank you, Chair. Case number 19/01015 OUTN, London Street A, Braden Road Street A. I am a parish councillor for Fradley Street Parish Council, but I'm unaware of this and I've not been involved in any discussion with the council, so I'd like to keep my seat and debate on this one.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Have I missed anyone, please, or is that all the declarations of interest? Okay, thank you. We can now move on then to the minutes of the previous meeting, and those minutes have been circulated via ModGov, which you will have seen. And if you are happy for me to sign those minutes of the meeting, which was held on the 27th of February. That was a special planning meeting that was convened on the 27th of February. Are you happy for me to sign those minutes as a true and correct record of the proceedings that took place, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, members. Thank you, Christine. Okay, so just before we move on to item 4, the tree preservation order, members, you should have received a supplementary report via email and also on ModGov. So I'm just making sure that you have all received that, and hopefully you've had a chance to have a look at it as well.
Didn't come through.
Oh, did it not? Okay. Are we okay with that then, the fact that one of the members didn't receive, or have we got a printed copy? If we could please make sure that Councillor Humphries has the printed copy, please. Thank you very much.
Chair, if I could just give some advice, if the councillor hasn't seen the update sheet, he really should be given the opportunity to have a look at it before the meeting starts.
I'm a speed reader. Thanks.
Is there anything on the update sheet for the TPO, which is the first item?
No, yes, there is just, yes, it's about 2 lines.
Right, thank you. Let me just make sure you've had a look at that.
So councillor Humphries, yes, the first item, the TPO, you will see that there are literally 2 lines of further information for you to peruse.
That's all right.
And thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you there to the legal officer as well. Okay, so that's the supplementary which you've all now received. Item 4 on your agenda, members, is the tree preservation order. It's number 2022/00472/TPO. It's Vine Cottage, Church Road, Shenston. To take us through this, I shall now hand over to the arboricultural officer, Mr. Gareth Hare. Gareth, when you're ready, please, if you could take us through this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Just take a look at the images prior to going through the report. You see the tree locations there off Church Road, Vine Cottage noted on the map, and also the Fox and Hounds Public House. We see in photograph 1, we can see T3 in the foreground, with T2 behind, and in fact T1 behind that. Photograph 2 shows the trees a little more clearly, with T3 to the left, T2 in the centre, and T1 on the right hand side. So that photograph is taken from the car park of the Fox and Hounds. This is from Main Street, so looking between the houses and looking up to the trees. You can clearly see the trees on the skyline there, prominent on the skyline. Thank you. I've sought to summarise the report. You've got the report in your packs and will no doubt have read that. So for brevity, I've summarised the report. Section 211 notice was served on the 23rd of August 2022 and was made valid on the 25th of August also 2022. The specification proposed pollarding T2 beech to the height of the adjoining fence and hedge, and felling to ground level T3 sycamore, which is located within the adjacent public house car park. So I think photograph 2 gives you an idea of the impact that would have, and the proposals would effectively remove both trees and the amenity that they provide. An arboricultural officer visited the site with the applicant on the 20th of September and discussed a revised specification of works. This included a 2-metre crown reduction to T2 rather than the proposal for pollarding, and further investigation relating to T3 prior to a revised specification being determined. However, the revised specification had not been submitted at the time the tree preservation order was made. So by way of background, when a section 211 or conservation area notice is served, the council has 6 weeks from the date of the notice to serve a tree preservation order or issue a decision notice stating that no objections are raised to the works. If the 6-week period passes without either of these actions having occurred, then the specified works can be carried out without further notice. In this case, the works would have resulted in the loss of T2 and T3 as detailed previously. The time periods are detailed within the acknowledgement letter dated 25th of August, which states we have 6 weeks from the date of this letter to consider making a tree preservation order on the tree or trees. If by this time you do not hear from us, you may carry out the work, so long as you do so within 2 years from the date of this letter, and do no more work on the trees than is set out in your letter. So that's just by way of background. The TPO was made on the 30th of September 2022. And subsequently we received objections as set out in the report. These objections are based on procedural queries or queries relating to timescale. And the report confirms that processes and procedures in accordance with the relevant legislation and guidance were followed, and that site visits, communications and service of the TPO was carried out within the timescales set. Again, as detailed within the report, applications for works under the tree preservation order can be submitted and determined subject to confirmation. In line with 3.5 of the report, the recommendation is that the TPO be confirmed without modification. Thank you, Chair.
Gareth, thank you very much indeed for that quick run through the report. So what we have there, of course, is at this council, we do take the preservation of trees very, very seriously, because obviously this is, I think, by all accounts, quite a nice place to live, and it's absolutely important and incumbent upon us as a council to make sure that so much of our tree cover is maintained and maintained safely and sensibly as well, which of course is where the arboricultural officer comes in, and the work of the arboricultural department is extremely important. I think it's true to say, Gareth, that were this TPO to be served, then of course the applicant could then come back and could seek some modification to the trees if they wished under the terms of the TPO. Is that correct? They can approach you, and you can then discuss any remedial work which is mutually acceptable.
That's correct, Chair. Applications can be made under the tree preservation order, and certainly that can be done by mutual discussion and agreement of specification.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Gareth. Members, do we have any points or questions, please? Councillor Salter.
Thank you, Chair. I should perhaps start by saying I am the member for Shenstone, but I have had no communication at all with any party to do with this, nor has the parish council submitted any comments. Yes, tree preservation, personally, I'm strongly in favour of. This is in a conservation area, and given that work can still be carried out under agreement, then my personal view is that we should retain this. Thank you.
Thank you. So is that a proposal? Is it that
Yes, I'm happy to make that proposal.
confirm this tree preservation
Order.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salter. Do we have anyone willing to second? Sorry, Councillor Baker, please.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that proposal.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so without further ado then, members, we've got Councillor Salter is proposing that we confirm this in line with the officer's recommendation, and that has been seconded now by Councillor Baker. May I have a show of hands, please, for those of you who wish to confirm this TPO? That's 12, isn't it? That's unanimous. NEMCON, I believe. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much to Gareth for the presentation. Thank you, members. We now move on to the, so as I say, that tree preservation order, which is, right, tree preservation order, which is 2022/00472/TPO. That has been confirmed. Right, my computer screen has decided to freeze just at the critical moment. We now move on to the next item on the agenda, members, which is the first of the planning applications. Thank you very much, Gareth. And so the planning application we are about to discuss is 21/01956/OUT-FLM. And for this, we're going to have Sarah Willits is going to take us through this. Members, you will remember that this application was discussed at the previous meeting in just 4 weeks ago on the 6th of February. That has been brought back to this meeting for further discussion. Sarah, when you're ready, sorry. Yes.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just check? Can I just ask Councillor Humphreys to confirm that he's read the application? Yes. Yes, he has. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Humphreys. You're happy to proceed then. Thank you. Okay, so the first application, as I've just mentioned, will be presented to us by Sarah Willits. And members, you will remember, of course, this is the one that we saw, as I mentioned a moment ago, exactly 4 weeks ago. Sarah, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. This application, as you already know, has come back to you for consideration following a deferral on the 6th of February of this year. And I refer you back to the report and the updated report and supplemental report in respect to this application. This application is for 500 dwellings. 169 of them have been constructed as part of phase 2A. And this submission now focuses on the remaining 331 dwellings proposed in details. I'll just move you on. This is an aerial shot of the location. The land levels undulate across the site. Hopefully I can get the red. No, it's not gonna. That's not gonna work, is it? Is that it? Have to hold it down. Oh, there we are. Right, the land levels sort of undulate, but generally they fall in a northeast direction across the site like that. Context of the site, the northeast of the site is Burial House, which is in this corner here. And you have the railway line, which is, I don't know where it's gone now. Can I get it? Oh, there we are. There is the railway line and running along here. Excuse my arms shaking. It's really bad, isn't it? I do apologise. And you've got Knoll Hill, which is towards the south of the site, which is located here. The context of the site and landscape is significant in respect to the surrounding area, given the site forms part of the southern approach to the city and the green belt, which includes a prominent landform of Knoll Hill. Knoll Hill being the distinctive feature in this landscape, which has been previously subject to archaeological works and Bronze Age finds. The railway forms the boundary to the west, as you've already seen with my shaky hand, and the houses to the north of London Road, houses to the north, and then you've got houses from London Road to the east, which are located along here. The boundaries to the north, the road, the new bypass, which is located in the gap, which is running up through there, is now in place. That's the new bypass there. And you've got a phase which is further north to that, and that backs on to Shortbutts Lane. I'll quickly take you through the photographs, which were taken from photographs 1 to 4 relate to the north of the site, which is the elements to the top, which is, I think, is marked as number 3, and 1, 2, 3, and 4. They have a context of where you're looking. You've got houses to the rear of that, and you can see to the foreground the new bypass or the southern bypass. Photographs 5 and 6 are the new canal side development with the higher density of the higher form of houses, with the new canal form in the front. And photographs 7 and 8, they are views taken back towards London Road and across to the south of the site overlooking Greenbelt. So it's up towards Knoll Hill. These next set of photographs are taken within the development. You've got photograph 9, which is the view over the local equipped area, which is in place with the houses. And photograph 10 is a street scene along Turner Road, which is one of the main access roads. And it's looking towards the west, so it's actually looking back towards London Road. And then 11 is Turner Road, but looking towards the east. That's back towards the railway line. Photograph 12 is the location of the new commercial centre, and that's a substation that's been created. 13 and 14 are predominantly street scenes within the development. This is a street scene looking down Whittle Street, looking towards the central part of the development. And photograph 14 is looking back towards, you can see the southern bypass in the far distance. So it's looking down towards the main, from the main road. It's a brief indication about the phases of a development. You can see, whoops, just press the wrong one. You can see phase 2 is at the top. Now I don't know where that is. That's not actually showing anywhere. That is, oh, there we are. Phase 2. There we are. That will eventually work. Phase 2 is the area that's been built out. You've got the school site, which is in brown here. You've got site B and D, and the commercial land here in purple, and you have the bypass and phase E at the top. At the bottom end, you have the greenbelt land, which is, as I said, it has a set of allotments and changing facilities and 3 sports pitches with various tree planting areas and footpaths up towards Knoll Hill. I've got, using the pointer, I will just point out the edge of the green belt runs, I'll try and show you on the pointer because it's easier. Green belt boundary runs from around this point and across here, and then it only then starts going back towards this area here, kinks around this house, and then just follows the line of the houses. So the greenbelt boundary starts from the edge of the commercial, that area here, and just follows the line around here. Again, dips in towards that point there, round that property there, and then in round the back of the houses and up to the road there. I think that's the next shot is a layout of the whole site, which, as I said, is self-explanatory and gives you a bit more detail about how the houses are all set out. And I don't know whether I've added, and we've got some, I've just put a couple of pictures on in terms of predominantly market houses, which is proposed on the site with layouts and internal layouts for you, and some street scenes as well, which are within the development proposed. And the applicants provided some 3D layouts of how the properties will look when they've obviously come to more maturity. I think that's the end of my photographs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much there to Sarah Willits, the Senior Planning Officer. We have 2 speakers. The first one is the lady on my left, which is Christine Lewis, because Christine Lewis will be enunciating the words of the objector, Mr. George Petru. Christine, as you will know, you have 5 minutes, and there are no concessions just because you're a member of the council. So with 30 seconds to go, I think Artemis, you're going to be telling you've got 30 seconds to go. So you know the protocol, you've got 5 minutes. Time starts when you begin speaking, Christine. Thank you.
I don't seem to have a mic that's working either.
One's still
Oh, here we are.
Thank you. As a resident of the Lichfield district, I am disappointed that Lichfield's planning department has failed to persuade Persimmon to produce a better and more appropriate development in this location. I would urge the planning department to go back to the developer and try again. Too often with planning developments in Lichfield, the approach has been, it's not great, but it will do. We need to change this mindset and ask ourselves, is what is being proposed, which is going to change the character of Lichfield for generations, beautiful and going to leave a positive legacy or not? If the answer is no, councillors should not be approving it. The new National Planning Framework 2021, which was introduced after the first phase of this development was approved, makes this clear and explains that there is now a much greater emphasis on new developments being beautiful. The word beautiful is used specifically. I do not think anyone can reasonably say that this is a beautiful development. Planning authorities now have more licence to refuse applications for poor design. Indeed, this is the government's expectation. The reasons for this are clear. If we are going to build the volume of houses we need with the public's consent, which ultimately is needed when new developments need to be seen as an asset to the area. The urban design officer who looked at this development in detail should be listened to very carefully with this regard. The urban design officer has said that this is a poor development which does not adequately respond to its surroundings. I urge councillors to again read the urban design officer's report. Anyone who has walked around the first phase of the Persimmon development will know that it isn't attractive. It is dominant by hard surfaces, small gardens, bland housing stock, and is very dense. How that development was passed, I do not know. Let's not make the same mistake twice. In the very limited time I have, I will address the first 2 points of the planning officer's report, being the housing numbers and the density of the development. As we know, this development exceeds 550 dwellings, the maximum number of homes expressed in Appendix C of Core Policy 6 and the outline planning permission. Planning officers state that the applicants and the council's legal opinions on this issue are broadly aligned, in that approving a development of 500 homes would not breach Core Policy 6. However, there are very important nuances to the legal advice which should not be overlooked. The planning report at the top of page 6 accepts that the council's legal opinion is subject to the fact that no planning harm would arise from the additional houses. Were the opposite to be the case, the legal advice would be different and refusal for this application would be reasonably justified. Quite generously to the developer, in the planning officer's opinion, and this is a matter of judgment and opinion, no unacceptable planning harm is caused by the additional 50 homes. Well, this is where I and many other Lichfield residents fundamentally disagree. The number of up to 450 dwellings was put in the concept statement for a reason. This is a site bordering the green belt and is a semi-rural area. By including those additional 50 dwellings, the density is much higher than it should be, especially in the areas along the green belt. This does cause harm and does not represent good planning. This is also the view of the urban design officer. If those 50 dwellings were removed, a design could then come forward which is much more appropriate. At present, this is poorly designed development, and cramming an additional 50 dwellings into the site exacerbates the issue. The planning officers say that in their view is no unacceptable planning harm. The word is interesting because the legal test refers to planning harm, not unacceptable planning harm. So it appears the planning officers have raised the bar higher for refusal than what the legal test actually requires. What is acceptable and unacceptable planning harm? It can be implied by this statement that even the planning officers think some harm arises, just that it isn't unacceptable in their view. Well, in my view, for a huge urban extension to Lichfield like this, we need to be taking a stronger stance than this and forcing developers to produce beautiful developments that enhance Lichfield, not cause harms, so long as in the views of some that isn't unacceptable harm. Turning specifically to the comments on density, the planning officer's report states that higher density doesn't necessarily mean harm, and the points to traditional terrace streets with
That's 5 minutes, sorry.
Thank you very much to Christine Lewis. Christine, thank you. Those are the words, members, ladies and gentlemen, people watching, the words of a Lichfield resident, Mr. George Petru. Thank you, Christine, for reading them out. We now move on to the applicant, Mr. Alastair Stewart, representing Persimmon Homes, West Midlands. Mr. Stewart, you'll be familiar with the protocol. I know you have 5 minutes. Your time starts as soon as you start speaking, and with 30 seconds left, you will be alerted to that fact. So ready when you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. This application excludes third-party land that was required under the outline consent to provide a third access and avoids the demolition of 22 London Road. There is a misconception that because the boundary is reduced, that the net developable area for residential is also reduced, when in fact it is exactly the same. There is a perception that the increase in houses was driven by a desire to make more profit. That is not the case. The increase was necessary to adhere to the council's housing policy mix. We submitted a reserved matters application pursuant to the outline, which received an objection from the council's policy team on grounds of non-adherence with policy H1. The application was to be refused and was therefore withdrawn. Policy H1, a balanced housing market, states there is currently an imbalance of dwelling types within the district. To address this, the district council will actively promote the delivery of smaller properties, including 2-bed apartments and 2- and 3-bed houses, to increase local housing choice and contribute to the development of mixed and sustainable communities. Your emerging local plan policy H1 echoes this. It's important to underline the fact that 42 of the 50 additional dwellings are affordable homes. Our council opinion confirms that the overall increase in affordable housing and adherence to the council's housing policy mix are positive changes to be attributed substantial weight. The council's own council opinion confirms that the housing number referenced in core policy 6 and Lichfield policy 6 is not a maximum figure and that there is no cap imposed. Indeed, paragraph 60 of the NPPF outlines the government's objective to significantly boost housing supply. It is important to note that 450 dwellings on this allocated site are already included in your housing supply, and there is no lawful basis in which to refuse permission merely because a 5-year supply exists. Our council opinion has advised on the points of clarification sought by members at the last committee and concludes that none of the issues identified are sufficient to justify refusal. Page 19 of the officer's report covers density, and it is clear that the application provides densities below that in the outline master plan. Indeed, the overall density of St John's is just 35 dwellings per hectare in comparison to Deanslade, which is 37 dwellings per hectare. This application is not required to comply with the outline master plan. Nonetheless, your officers recognise that this application does accord with the indicative layout and the principles of the outline master plan. The council's CDO response is content with the design of the house types, and the SC Highways officer has no objection to the scheme. Irrespective of this, following the feedback received at committee last time, we've amended the 7 houses to ensure that their garages can accommodate a vehicle. We have worked with the council's CDO throughout this application, and the scheme is reduced from the original submission of 529 dwellings to 500 dwellings. The council CDO response from the 14th of December 2022 acknowledges this, but states, to be fully confident on supporting the scheme from a design perspective, the outstanding issues should be addressed. The perceived issues are not defensible at appeal. The CDO comments bizarrely focus on minor aspects of phase 2A, a phase that not only has been approved by the council, but is now also built out. Page 20 of the officer's report states, planning officers conclude that the development is broadly consistent with the 2018 consent, and on balance, the development is acceptable in a wider planning balance as it continues to comply with core policy 3 and policy B1 of the Lichfield District Local Plan Strategy. For this reason, officers consider that a refusal on these grounds would not be reasonable or defensible. 25% of our customers on phase 2A are first-time buyers. This application avoids the release of greenbelt land for 50 homes, of which 42 are affordable elsewhere in the district in the future. This site will support the employment of over 1,000 people. This site will generate 4 million in tax revenue, and this site will generate 400,000 in annual council tax revenue. The local labour force and those most in need of housing in your constituency will be impacted by a delay. I respectfully request that members approve this application in line with your officer's recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stewart. That's Alistair Stewart there for Persimmon Homes, West Midlands. Members, you've heard the officer's report and you've read the officer's report, of course, and now you've heard the views of the objector, Mr. George Petru, and also Alistair Stewart representing there the applicant. Do we have any points you'd like to raise, any questions? Of course, since the last time we visited this application, there have been some developments in terms of council's opinion on both sides, where the applicant has sought council opinion and we too have reciprocated. And those council's opinions have been clearly enunciated in the report which you have in front of you. So members, do we have comments, questions, please? Councillor Baker, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to remind members, this is in my ward, so I'm very aware of the development. Hence some of my questions are perhaps more detailed. But the first thing I want to do is just flip through the newest report, and I would like to thank officers and the developers for working hard to answer the questions that were left at the deferral stage. And the reason I'm speaking on these quickly is because I think most of those questions were actually mine. So just to quickly go through what the questions were before was about the impact on Berry Hill House. As you know, this was a listed building that had been omitted from the previous report, and we now have a response within the report to show we have looked at it. However, there are still issues outstanding there to do with very much ecology and the loss of spring water to the property. And some of these are perhaps civil matters now, but the ecology matter affects part of the development that adjoins Marsh Lane. So I'd ask that as we move forward, officers and the developer do look at the ecology issue on this area and work with our ecology officer. And maybe if we could condition something there, I would be very happy, as there are trees there. And as you know, I am the tree champion. In terms of the overall number of dwellings provided, I would agree with Mr. Petra's arguments, but at the same time, I recognise council's view. Design, density, form and layout we discussed, and there it was more, I think, we felt that the layout looked cramped. So I would urge, again, the developers and planners to continue to work on this site as it is built out, should it be approved, because improvements can always be achieved a step at a time. The other comments there, parking provision and layout, we've seen the County Highways have argued that the provision and layout is appropriate. I just hope we don't have parking walls in the future. I've covered the historic environment with the comments I made about Berry Hill House. The flooding and reference to Marsh Lane, I think that has been covered in the report, but we still do need to be aware that there are potential issues there. And within that, we've got this SUDS, which is a great big retaining pond, which originally was purely for that. Now it's been developed into the public realm, and it is actually higher than the neighbouring bungalows. So I think we might need to condition some additional screening or whatever to protect people in the bungalows and living nearby, because the bund is higher and we've now got seats there, so it forms part of the public realm. And I am told that there is actually a life buoy there as well, which is probably very important. But I would ask that officers could look at that and potentially condition some additional screening protection for the neighbours. The school site I see is come to reserve matters, so I do ask that when we look at the school in detail, it does come back to planning committee under reserve matters. And similarly for the commercial area, because again, it's only outline. And I do have a specific question here. In the original application, we talked about hot food takeaways, which raised a lot of objections. But in the latest report on page 23, that is no longer referenced. So can I hopefully assume that that element has been withdrawn? So that's a very specific question. And then the other key questions are we achieving a 20% tree canopy? And I don't mean in the park area, I mean within the built up development, which is one of our policies, I believe. And the other thing is this question, I think, of the officer. I noticed from the supplementary that you've had dialogue with the South Lichfield Alliance about a standoff of 1 metre. Originally, I think they'd asked for no buildings that were more than 1 storey should be 15 metres from that area. So I don't know how that's been looked at. Has it been considered? Can it be? And they'd also suggested that there should be a 1.8 metre high fencing as well. But obviously we need to make sure the standoff area can be accessed. So I would ask the officer what we need to do there and how we can condition appropriately. And if there is a fence there, we need hedgehog friendly fencing. And I would like to thank the officers for adding that into the conditions when I asked. And then let me just catch my breath. There was one other thing I needed to ask. I can't find it. What I would just implore and urge officers to work with the developer and the developer to work with our planning department to achieve a better and more quality development as it moves on, as Mr. Petru has also argued for. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baker. Now, before I move on to Councillors Ray, Salter and Cross, is there anybody else wishing to speak at this time? Besides those three, I'm just going to ask Sarah Willits just to come back. There were quite a few questions there and points raised by Councillor Baker. I think if we could take those at this stage rather than let them accumulate with other members' questions, please. So, Sarah, if you could just come back on those, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There were a number of questions and queries that have been raised by Councillor Baker. Obviously, that we will continue to work with the applicants subsequent to if any approval was given in respect to the ecology of the site. Obviously, with the tree area protected at the top end on phase 2C, and obviously the tree canopy the area and the district park, which increases I think by about 20, just over 20%, which I had confirmed by the tree officer that it actually increases the tree cover by at least 20%. There is, I think Councillor Baker raised this issue of the SUDS area. This SUDS area here. There are properties which are located in this location, which, as I said, this SUDS area obviously has got a life buoy there. Primarily, if there is a storm event, this would fill with water and could potentially be, given the sides, could be a danger. So that's the reason why there's a life buoy there. But there is no reason why we couldn't potentially add an additional condition in respect to some screening for those bungalows at the right on that elevation. Again, the school matters, reserve matters, which we can bring back to committee along with the commercial area. The items in respect to the fencing from the South Lichfield Alliance, there has been agreement between the applicant and South Lichfield Alliance in respect to a 1 metre standoff. Given the distance separations between the two properties, between the properties in London Road and the properties, the proposed properties, the planning officers have considered this in a number of details, but don't consider that meets the conditions test, and that's covered within your supplementary report that was received today. There is no reason why that can't be a covenant, though, by the applicant with obviously with agreement with the South Lichfield Alliance, if they so wish. I'm not sure there's anything else I wish to add at this particular point, apart from the fencing. Obviously, there is a scheme for boundary treatments all the way around the development, and they range from 1.8 metre walls to 1.8 metre, 1.7, 1.8 metre close boarded fences around all the main boundaries as well. So that should be satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just remembered what I forgot to add to that when we were talking about the metre standoff. It's also been pointed out to me that it only goes so far along the listed wall of the Berry Hill House listed property. So again, if the officer could look at that, and again, if we can condition the extension appropriately, I'd appreciate that. I did notice, even though I probably shouldn't, that the applicant did seem to be aware of the conditions you've discussed that we might impose. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you very much there to Councillor Baker as well. Waiting very patiently across the room, we have Councillors Ray, Salter and Cross. In that order, I will take your questions or points. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, we discussed in great detail the last time this came before the committee about the density, and that does remain a concern for me. 450 up to 500 units, where we do have sufficient 5-year supply of housing in this district. And Mr. Stewart said on behalf of Persimmon, they were happy with a 450 unit development. And the reason it was increased to 500 was because in order to comply with our H1 policy. I'm scratching my head trying to understand that, yeah. Why we got to this position, if that really, I'd be interested in what Sarah's got to say on that, and why we didn't, you know, couldn't reconfigure H1 within 450 units. Of course we could, and so that sounds a surprising statement and makes me think, why didn't we hold to 450? And I'd also just like to ask, apart from the increased garages for the 7 houses, have there been any other changes that Persimmon have offered since we had a very vigorous debate last time? And then I'd just like Sarah to comment, and just to remind the committee, I think I know the answer. This is on the density, the recommendation is on balance. It is not a clear cut decision, it's an on balance decision. So this committee still has a judgment and decision to make.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ray. I think what we'll do now is we'll just have an accumulation of questions from the other two, if that's okay, Sarah. Then if you're happy to address those after the three have spoken. The next one, please, is Councillor Salter.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
There we go. It's more of a comment than a question, and reiterating really about the additional numbers. To add 11% to our suggested and recommended numbers seems almost a biased or weighted solution. So perhaps a better option would have been to design them correctly in the first place at the numbers that were suggested, more appropriate. The other point is nothing I think was answered in respect of the 20% tree canopy that Councillor Baker raised. So we can just clarify on that one.
Oh, right, okay, thanks, Councillor Salter. Actually, I thought the tree canopy had been addressed. I thought it was. But we'll come on to
Chairman,
that.
if I could just come in now, I was asking about the canopy excluding the parkland. I think that's what Councillor Salter.
Okay, we'll come on to that in just a second. Then that's something for Sarah to come back with. Councillor, you've now finished, Councillor Salter. I take it. Thank you, Councillor Cross, please.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to everybody talking about this, and also Mr. Petro, I thank him for his contribution to us tonight. He's raised quite a lot of good points there, but many of which I don't think we can consider tonight. For instance, the extra 50 houses, we're all concerned about that, but there's no lawful base to refuse that. And that's been confirmed by two barristers, one of our own and one of the developers. So there's not much point us harping on about that any longer. The garages have been amended, which was quite a debatable point the last time. They can now accommodate the vehicles that we were concerned about. And it complies with the 2018 consent, and 20% are going to first-time buyers. I propose that we support our officers on this, and we by the advice we've had from two council. And I would like to feel that some of the conditions that Councillor Baker has raised here, which is quite important, I think, are looked at and added in as conditions. So I propose that we approve this with Councillor Baker's conditions attached to it.
Councillor Cross, thank you very much for obviously that proposal and also your summing up effectively.
We've got answers
Yeah,
to the questions.
indeed. Yeah,
So
yeah.
we won't get to that point.
No, of course. Thank you. So we need to now just ask Sarah Willits again to come back. Sarah, if you could just answer perhaps a question of mine as well, please. Obviously on page 47, the Conservation Urban Design team seem to have reservations about this. If you could just address that at the end of your the other questions, I'd be grateful, please, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The number of points were raised. I'll take it from the top. So I think Councillor Ray was the first one. He suggested that, you know, there was a 5-year land supply already established and there was no particular need for, you know, additional dwellings in the, to be honest, yes, there is a 5-year land supply. However, this site is an allocated site. It forms part of your adopted local plan. And as such, the 450, 500 houses form part of that plan. So it would be remiss of us to sort of step back and change that in terms of the adopted policy. So that's the stance in terms of the number of dwellings. The density argument, as I said, the core policy. The policy suggests there should be, in terms of the actual locations, suggests 450. However, the overarching policy, LC6, just talks about approximately. It doesn't actually give a maximum number, and that has been scrutinised by the applicant's barrister and the council's barrister on their advice, because technically we need to judge that on its own merits. But as I said, the conclusion is that the overarching policy does not set a maximum, so we cannot sort of look to refusing it on those particular grounds, and it would be a very, very difficult one to support a reason for refusal based on that grounds. The changes to the garages, I think there was, I don't know whether there was something in between, actually, I'm not totally sure, but I've got change to the garages. Yes, there were changes to the garages. There were 7 properties that were affected. Predominantly they are double garages, and they had a brick pier between the two, and the reason why Highways rejected them as parking spaces is because the width of the actual entrance was too narrow to allow a parking of a vehicle. Not to say that you can't park a vehicle in it, but it was too narrow to get in, so they were discounted. However, there was already still sufficient parking on site, so there was already 2-3 spaces per dwelling actually provided at the site without adding the garage as well. But now the applicant has revised those house types to remove the central pier, and the garages are adequate to provide parking. So there is now actually additional parking at those dwellings to avoid further displacement of vehicles into the highway. Councillor Salter, in respect to, again, it's raised the issue in terms of the 450, and I think we've potentially covered the density argument in terms of policy. Tree canopy, yes, there is an increase in tree canopy. It is not just restricted to the district park, but it is overall increase of 20% across the remaining part of the development as well. And I've had that verbally agreed by our tree officer. The applicant had done some calculations with the tree officer at the time the application was considered, and that was the result of it. So it was 20% across the development, and the additional part on the district part, which obviously provides way more than 20% on there as well. And so Councillor Cross, I think, has covered the majority of things on there. I don't think there's anything else apart from the tree canopies that, as I said, has already been picked up. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Ray, I think you asked whether there have been any other changes, didn't you, since the last report?
Apart from the garages,
yeah.
Explain that. Apart from that, did the developer offer any other changes following the last committee meeting we had?
Apart from the garages, as I said, that was the main revision because of the concerns that had been raised in respect to the parking of vehicles, and obviously the concern that potentially there would be vehicle displacement. They spent some considerable time looking and revising some of the house types to ensure that was to take place. But there are no other changes. Thank you.
Councillor Salter.
Yes, just very quickly. Thank you.
Yes, it will have to be quick, please.
The other major concern that arose was the parking facilities for the sports area. Was that not looked into at all?
Okay, we can come back on that perhaps. I think we possibly sort of decided at the last meeting that we couldn't argue that it was against policy because we didn't have a policy for it, if that makes sense. But I'll just ask Sarah just to perhaps confirm that point. But yes, that was something which did exercise certain members last time. Thank you. Sarah Willits, please.
Thank you, Chair. For Councillor Salter, there is something in the supplementary report in respect to the parking provision. Our county highways colleagues did consider this in detail, and because there wasn't adopted standards, looked at the context of the site and the fact that these pitches were to provide provision for the local community. And given the fact that there was alternative choices to travel by foot and by cycle, that the parking provision provided of 36 spaces was considered acceptable.
May I quickly come back on that?
Indeed, as long as you're
Very quick, please. We need to get
You
this.
say that this is a provision for the local children. Is there a condition, or could there be a condition put on to say that it is for the local inhabitants of that area, so that you don't get the distant teams coming in for Saturday and Sunday matches?
Councillor Coulter, the vibes I'm getting are to suggest that we would not be able to do that.
Okay.
That would be a condition too far, I think it's true to say. Okay. Councillor Ray, please.
Yeah, I was just going to sort of make a sort of final comment, because just on the back of what Councillor Cross said, I think he summarised it well. There are limited legal planning grounds for us to oppose this. I feel very frustrated by that as a local councillor and someone sitting on this committee, but I think he summarised it well. I also thank Mr. Petru for his comments. They were very succinct, clearly said, and summarised the position very well. I can't support it. I'm not going to bring a vote to oppose it, but I will be abstaining.
Thank you very much indeed. So do we have any other proposals? We've had a proposal from Councillor Cross. Councillor Birch, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to second the proposal from Councillor Cross, please.
Thank you very much indeed. That makes my job a great deal easier, Councillor Birch. Thank you. Members, we have had a proposal. Sorry. Oh, okay, we're just going to seek legal advice here. Thank you.
No, all it is, Chair, is that if the motions to grant in accordance with the officer recommendations been moved and seconded. The officer Councillor Baker mentioned a few conditions, and there's also a condition on the update sheet. Members will note that there is delegation sought to officers to be flexible over the conditions and hence the terms of the 106. So if I can suggest that the motion is to grant just in accordance with the officer recommendation as amended by the update sheet, and having regard to Councillor Baker's comments on the conditions. If I say that, and if the mover and seconder are happy with that, that will be the motion in front of members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. So you hear the legal advice there. Can I just have confirmation from the proposer and the seconder that you are happy with that, as indicated by the legal officer?
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm happy that as advised by the legal officer.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Birch.
Yes, I'm too content with that.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So there you have it then. We have a proposal which has been suggested by Councillor Cross. It's been seconded by Councillor Birch that we approve this application with conditions as listed by Councillor Baker, and I think there's one in your supplementary sheet as well. So if you're happy to go ahead with that, members, can I please have a show of hands for those who wish to approve this application, which is 21/01956 OUT FLM. Show of hands, please, if you wish to support that. 6. Okay. Any against, please? And any abstentions? So we have 4 abstentions. 4 abstentions. Okay, thank you. So, members, you have agreed to approve that application 21/01956 OUT FLM. Land south of Shortbutts Lane has been approved by this planning committee. I thank you, and I also thank all the officers concerned. I'd also like to thank the speakers as well. Mr. Petru and Alistair Stewart. Thank you. Members, we have effectively
Sorry, this is allowed to.
yes, thank you.
We can't start the first one.
That's fine. So we have resolved the first item on your agenda. We shall now be moving on very shortly to the next one. I thank you very much for your deliberations, your questions, and your eventual decision. Thank you. So obviously we're just holding the proceedings for the moment until we have all the members back. Yes, Councillor Chetland, please.
Sorry, Chair. Just in relation to these next two, and they're about the same premises, as I was reading it, it just felt like they were in the wrong order. I don't know how other people saw that, because we're sort of looking to make decisions on one thing when we haven't made the decisions on the other one.
The only thing is, Chair, obviously speakers, and I'm reading out a couple of, they've done it in the order that they were on the agenda, and it may not make.
Kerry, you're happy to go ahead as on the agenda? Okay. I'm just looking for legal advice, but there is. Councillor Chetland, I think we'll be going through them in the order in which they are listed, but I take your point. It's I'm not suggesting it's not a valid point, but we will stick to the agenda. Thank you. That is double negative. Double negative. I'm not suggesting it's not.
You'll have to go, I'll be back into the next one and we'll do it.
Okay, do we have everyone present?
Yes, Councillor Baker, because you've prepared them.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much indeed, members. Okay, we now move on then to the second item on your agenda. Well, it's not the second item, we've had the tree preservation order, but it's the second of the applications on your list. And this is 22/00072/COU, and this is the Greyhound Public House. To take us through this, it's Kerry Challoner. Kerry, when you're ready, please, with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. The next two items on the agenda are interrelated, definitely, as Councillor Chetland's just pointed out. However, they're essentially separate applications, and you must consider them separately and vote on them separately. In terms of which one comes first, it doesn't really matter, because neither of them are reliant on each other. However, they are interrelated, and that's set out in the committee report before you this evening. So it falls to members to consider each application separately. So first up, we've got the retention of the Greyhound Public House and extensions to the building to form 3 apartments on the first and second floors. So that's page 147 of your report pack onwards. So first slide this evening is the usual location plan. I'm sure you're all aware of this site, and I think you've seen previous applications on this site in the past as well. So we front onto opposite John Street, which is an A classified road. The public house has been empty for a couple of years. It hasn't, but it's still a public house essentially, and planning policy still treats it as a community asset. Not an asset of community value. It is an asset of community value, but in planning terms, it's still a community facility, and that's what planning policy seeks to retain. So just in terms of what's around the site, we've got some residential properties mainly, and we also have a tree preservation order, which I think goes back to the 60s on these trees up here. Next to the site, as you'll have seen from reading the rest of the reports this evening, we also have the remainder, the sort of L shape around the site, which utilises the same access. So this is where the interrelation comes in, is the development of 8 houses but again, we'll come back to that later on this evening. So we've got some pictures here. This is the front of the site. Some double yellow lines have recently been laid. I think that was January, which effectively prevent any parking in front of the new houses and also in front of the public house there in the background. So photograph 2 is just a photograph of the front of the site. As you can see, it has been in a neglected building, I would say. It's quite a prominent building, quite an important building, and we would obviously seek to retain that. You can see the neglect at the back of the building. There's been quite a lot of work to it, done to it, bits removed and so on, which formed part of previous consents as well. But essentially, yeah, we need to do something with it. This is quite important. This is the site layout plan. Again, the interrelationship comes in here, so I'll try and guide you through this as best as I can. So the first application, which is what we're considering first, is the alterations and extension to the public house, this building here. So the red line of the application site goes around the public house and it stops short of the retaining wall that's been built. And then it kind of goes across here and down. I've got shaky hands too. You don't realise until you're doing this. And essentially this access here forms part of this application site, along with these two car parking spaces, which are specifically for the Greyhound Public House. In terms of the amendments to the building, there is a little extension down here, which includes a toilet facility. That would all be moved into the new build element where accessible toilet facilities would be provided. And then there's your extension to the public house. The application originally came in as a change of use of the ground floor to a Class E facility, which is commercial, business and service use class, which would mean it could be used for offices, it could be used for children's nurseries, retail, anything. And as set out in the report, it's really important that we keep this public house because it is a community facility. So the application has been amended. There has been some amendments to the exterior of the building and also to the parking layout as we've gone along. We've got a bin storage area at the rear of the building. There are significant ground level differences across the site, so these houses at the back are set a lot higher than the ground floor of the pub. Just got some more of the plans there to show the we've just gone through the ground floor. The upper floors would contain 3 first floor apartments, which would have their own separate access around the back of the building here. So they'd be separate to the public house. They would also have their own bin storage to the side of the building. Upstairs, you've got 2-bedroom apartments there. You've got a 1-bed here with a smaller study room, which does actually meet the National Space Standards for a bedroom. And then in the second floor, we've got another 2-bed apartment up there. Just got some elevations there to show how it would look. All signage would require separate advertisement consent. So we've got, you're not looking at any signage for the public house because that would essentially be a separate application anyway. So we've got first floor extension and then some extensions at the back to facilitate what we've just spoke about. There is also an external balcony area, which is referred to in the report, and that's restricted at this point because of if we had that as a whole balcony area, they could probably overlook right into next door's residential garden there. So we put that restriction on there, and that's conditioned as well. So in terms of the street scene, it's considered it fits in. We've fully assessed it against the presence of the houses at the back, which is obviously next on the agenda. But in doing that, we've had lots of plans to show how they relate to each other, so we can make sure that they actually complies with all of the separation distances, etc. And that concludes my presentation. There are obviously some conditions that restrict the occupation of the main one. restricts the occupation of the apartments until the pub is ready to open. So we're not letting them do the apartments and then not complete the ground floor element with the public house. There's a supplementary paper as well, which obviously has confirmation from our highways colleagues that they are happy with the proposals. And that does conclude my presentation. Sorry, Chair.
Kerry, thank you very much. That's Kerry Challoner there, Senior Planning Officer. We have two speakers, but once again, this is almost deja vu. Christine is going to be reading out the words of the objector, Mr. Adam Randall from CAMRA. And then we also have Councillor Deb Baker, the Vice Chair of this planning committee. And because she is the ward member, she has chosen to speak as the ward member. The first one then is Christine, it's you again, isn't it? 5 minutes, you know how it works. When you start speaking, the clock will start. The words of Adam Randall of CAMRA, read by Christine Lewis. Thank you.
Viewed as a statement of intent, the planning application looks broadly acceptable, not before time given the disgraceful series of applications made by the developers, rehearsed elsewhere, misleading and untrue statements from the pub being derelict to the tenant of this pub, previously thriving up to the point of forced closure, showing no desire to stay. Our concerns are related mainly to delivery. Regarding the pub upper floors and the surrounding houses, will the proposed changes actually be done and in such a way as not to compromise the operation of the ground floor as a pub? We have little faith in this given the recent history of the site, particularly the incremental encroachment on the pub, demolition of the kitchen area, for example. Will the pub be marketed for sale or rent? And at a realistic price, given that the developers have deliberately kept the pub closed in an attempt to prove lack of viability. The pub will have been closed for at least 3 years before it stands a chance of reopening. What conditions can the council put on the application to ensure that the developers don't simply leave the pub empty to force their case for redevelopment some years hence? Remember that this was a well-used and well-loved pub serving a wide catchment area as recognised by its still valid ACV status. It must be marketed at a realistic price. We don't even know what state the pub is in internally. Has the bar been trashed? Is the cellar still functional? What conditions can the council impose to ensure that the place is able to sensibly function as a pub for a potential owner or tenant?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry, you caught me by surprise. I thought I got 5 minutes to make some notes, only to find that I haven't. Right, thank you very much, Christine. Those are the words, and fairly strong words as well, it has to be said, on the part of the representative for CAMRA. And that's Mr. Adam Randall's words. Councillor Deb Baker, the ward member, I know this is a subject close to your heart, and you have 10 minutes should you wish to exercise your prerogative. But of course, if you wish to speak for less than 10 minutes, you can. It is up to you. Thank you. Time starts when you start speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This has got a 10-year history, I've suddenly realised. I found the first time I wrote a response and various other people in the area was over 10 years ago. So this community asset has had the sword of Damocles hanging over it for 10 years. There's been changes in owners, property developers, land ownership. I don't know the full history of it all, but it has just been a continual battle to keep our pub vibrant and alive. Before I go into my script, I would just like to thank our planners who have worked so hard working with developers, changes of landowners and government inspectors who are looking at the site for 10 years. You imagine the amount of work and hours that they've put in, and more recently, the previous planning officer, Helen Sherratt, has worked really hard, and now Kerry Challoner, and I thank them both. It's not been easy. This initial bit, I will just focus on the pub. So I originally called the initial application for change of use of the Greyhound Inn and the development of 3 first and second floor apartments, as a loss of the pub would be, indeed has been, devastating for many residents and customers alike, most of whom walk to the pub, some using mobility aids and others even being helped by the residents to get to and from the pub. It is such an important place. Customers going there that I recall include even those who had Alzheimer's. It's the only place they could get to, remember to. It has that long history. Your planning pack does highlight how important this venue is for our community, providing social interaction, accessibility and help for all, darts and music evenings. It really is a cradle to grave asset. We have celebrated births, weddings, sometimes divorces, I have to say, and obviously funerals. Across the road from this asset is the Holy Cross Church, was obviously quite a good customer of the pub at times. That is a listed building. While we're not in a conservation area, it is a historic area. The nearby houses were built in the late 1900s, so I'm not so good at history. Not sure what style, I think it must be Victorian, many of which have cellars, as does the Greyhound. Since originally calling it in, is now, as Camera have highlighted, an application for the retention of the pub, rather than hopefully its loss. Despite this latest iteration and residents' relief that the pub might be retained, I called it in for detailed consideration by Planning Committee to ensure appropriate and strongly enforceable conditions. These are applied and adhered to. Recent history and actions by various people along the line, including developers and construction workers, have unfortunately led to residents no longer having confidence in appropriate and LPA approved plans being adhered to. We cannot rely on trust and drawings alone. We need to rely on you, our LPA, and good conditions that are enforceable for the long term. Residents and customers of our community pub, the Greyhound Inn, listed as an asset of community value, are extremely concerned that the resultant permissions will not secure the future of our pub as a going concern, as it has been for well over a century. Recent history has seen the forced closure of the pub, outrageously cited as being derelict in some of the applicant's planning documents, a copy of which I have here. A number of inconsistencies are noted throughout the planning documents and planning statements within them as well as across them. And the pub, despite thriving and recovering from COVID lockdowns, thanks to the hard work of the manager and customers deep cleaning and redecorating the inn themselves, was lost because the withdrawal of leasing arrangements were literally pulled, and it was pretty much seen and perceived as a forced closure. Within this, removal of some of its materials are believed to have happened, and the large sign that was above the pub was later found in a reclamation yard, surely indicating that the developers had no intention of protecting this ABC. The whole process could so easily be smooth and supportable. 2 to 3 years trading of this community pub has been lost and all the benefits that go with it. I have a couple of statements here which represent many residents' comments, some of whom I don't know because they went at different times to me. So a few points I would like to make, she says. 1 week after the date of the pub closure, all windows were clear and transparent. The bar lid was missing and we were told that the previous publican had sold it, which could well be true. So we're being as open and transparent as they can be. The complete bar fabric and staging from top to bottom was in place, some of which is original Victorian. We watched this until the blinds were put up to block out the windows. The pub room was completely cleared of all pub memorabilia. This was surprising as the previous pub team had spent their time painting and restoring the pub fabric as it believed it would continue to trade. We were shocked to see all the memorabilia in a second-hand shop. I can name it if you wish. Shortly after the closure, when we asked about this, they said they'd been brought in to do a clearance. So that's brought into the pub to do a clearance. It is a community asset. Several people were planning to attend my wedding celebration there until it was ripped away. In terms of conditions, we ask to demand a lease which is proportional in cost to the size of the pub space and in proportion to other leases in other wet pubs in Lichfield. So that's a good, strong reflection of our residents and customers. I think there were only not over 95 responses originally, which is a big number, given the dispersible of the customer base. I will just add, the pub could have continued to operate during the adjacent construction work. There was no reason why it couldn't, which is the subject of your next application. Instead, it was boarded up and seemingly became an office, a materials storage opportunity, and even sleeping quarters on occasion. It is believed that the developer has no intent to retain the pub, rather wanting to develop it into housing stock alongside the adjacent site. We're not aware of any attempts to market the pub being ever made. I believe our economic officer also referred to that. Indeed, an interested party failed to set up a meeting to discuss opportunities despite their best intentions to continue the lease. Please, can you ensure that the application and the conditions will lead to a quality development, not a reduced or diluted quality, as noted for the adjacent site? That the Greyhound adaptations and the proposed apartments and adjacent dwellings will not restrict the commercial attractiveness and trading ability whatsoever. The city neighbourhood plan also supports this. I'm not sure how the 2 parking spaces for the pub staff will work alongside the commercial bin storage required, so I will ask for clarification there. SCC have come back saying they've checked the parking spaces. I'm not sure about for the commercial bins. There is no parking provision for the 3 apartments, despite having 2 bedrooms. We need to see and be reassured that the Greyhound's finish will be conditioned up to a marketable and functional standard, and that operational fixtures and infrastructures are replaced, that all regulatory requirements are reinstated, fire exits, etc., and that the pub can operate without restrictions resulting from additional accommodation proposed and the neighbouring adjacent development. I note that extraction units, etc., are required to be conditioned, which is fantastic, but noise reduction measures will also be required to protect the pub's operation, special occasions, the amenity of new residents, and be aware that the pub does have a music venue on a Friday night, and they would, I'm sure, bring this back. We need to make sure that the proposed apartments don't restrict the pub. That comes first, as our officer has implied. I also ask, will we condition any outside smoking areas? Because we need to again assure that doesn't interfere with future residents, and also ensure that customers with disabilities can access and exit the pipe safely. The only final thing I will say then is condition a good construction management plan, including associated parking, delivery and storage of materials and street cleaning. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baker. That's a very passionate plea, I think, you make on behalf of the pub, isn't it, really? And also of the residents who, over the years, have found a lot of solace in that pub, probably. Okay, members, do we have any questions, points you'd like to make? Councillor Evans, sorry. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Baker. Thank you very much. Councillor Evans, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask for some clarification on the ACB, which Sarah said was a community facility rather than an ACB, from my understanding. But if you've got an ACB, that doesn't necessarily mean, does it, that it has to be a pub? If somebody else came and applied for something else, as long as it's a community facility, that could, I understand, that could be acceptable. It probably wouldn't, from what we've heard, but it obviously wouldn't. But that could happen. And I understand what we were told as far as it couldn't be a commercial use or a nursery. The city council on their submission do mention that the loss of the ACV, but this is not the case because the ACV is still in place. And I also noticed that there have been 2 applications, one in March 2016 and the other in June 2020. So how long is an ACV last for? I've heard 5 years mentioned, but I don't know. And did they, therefore, from 2016 to 2020, they applied again for it to be there? And you can do that, can you? And can it be repeated after its expiration?
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Evans. If you'd like to come back on those, then Kerry, please.
Yes, so in planning policy terms, it's a community facility, and that's what our local plan refers to it, and that's how in planning terms we protect it. However, this public house also has an extra layer of protection with an asset of community value. So that sits outside of planning, kind of, and it's there's an application process. I think there's several properties within the district that are on that list, and you can Google that base. It's on our website to clear what's there. And then this case, the Greyhound was originally on it in 2016 because there must have been some anticipated. It was under threat. I don't know. Councillor Baker probably knows a little bit more about that, but it must have been under threat for it to actually make it onto the list. And then that was renewed in 2020. So it does last 5 years, the asset of community value. And the primary purpose of an asset of community listing is to afford the community an opportunity to purchase a property, not to prevent an otherwise unacceptable development. So in terms of the ACV, if they wanted to change it from a pub, not only would they need to get planning permission, they would also need to address this ACV listing, which would mean that they would have to market. I think the bottom line is they have to market it vigorously to a certain level before we'd even consider it. So it's a kind of an extra protection that sits outside of planning. Hopefully that explains it.
Thank you very much, Kerry. Thank you. Councillor Chetland in a moment, but before it's Councillor Matthews, please.
Thank you, Chair. As Councillor Baker, this is in my ward, and I've known and used this pub for many years. In fact, so long that I remember having my pre-wedding day drinks there with my best man. So that shows the history. It's certainly a community asset. I do welcome the application, but it should also be noted it's going to be restored. It should be restored sympathetically, and ideally, it should be offered at an affordable, sustainable rental. Because it's a small pub, it's going to be wet only, so it's got to be offered in such a way that it's viable for somebody to run it. Otherwise, it's going to set to fail. Particularly, and Councillor Baker's alluded to some of these things already. I am concerned there's 2 apartments, there's no parking whatsoever. There's 2 spaces which I think are for the staff of the Greyhound. So surely the apartment should have some form of parking. And then, even though I've looked at the environmental health comments are all relating to external features. And I'm just concerned about the interaction between the pub and the apartments, whether the pub affects the apartments or the apartments affect the pub. And there's no reference to noise transmission. I know it's a solid old pub, but I think some attention should be given to some sort of noise mitigation or consideration, because from experience, I know that a pub, particularly if it has live music, I mean, you can't always select the tenant that's going to be sympathetic to the pub, particularly if it goes on till late hours. So some consideration so that the occupiers of the apartments can work with the tenant. And then finally, parking. I understand double yellows have been put out outside there, and I would like the county council officer to just assist me with this one, because historically, when the pub had a car park, there'll be, I don't know, 6 or 7 spaces there, plus people would park on the road outside. There won't be any car park because that's now housing. There's yellow lines up before and beyond. So where, in all honesty, can users of the pub expect to park, particularly if they're disabled? So is there any consideration or any thought around any form of parking that could assist the pub? Because a pub without a car park is going to be less attractive than a pub with a car park, knowing, however, that there are pubs in the town without car parks that are managing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matthews. Someone there who knows the pub very well. As you say, it's in your ward. And so we need to listen to your points of view very carefully because you know it extremely well. Councillor Checkland, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Matthews has already mentioned one of my points. Parking. I work out we need at least 5 parking spaces. They don't seem to be there. Every time we have planning, we're talking about the amount of parking there is for a 2-bedroom flat or a 3-bedroom flat, and we're just devoid of 3. I don't really get that. I can half understand why a pub these days shouldn't have a car park because you're not allowed to drink and drive now. So the world has changed. The other aspect is it was mentioned that it was going to be conditioned with a view to the flats couldn't be leased or let out or sold or whatever is going to happen to them prior to a pub being ready to open. Right. Ready to open is not the same as opening. A landlord can make it as difficult as possible to actually get a tenant in so that after a period of time, it then becomes viable to suggest that it's something else. So could we reword that condition to say that the pub has to be open? In that way, so that they would have to negotiate a reasonable fee to get somebody in there in the first place in order to get a licensee in there, and the people moving in know they're moving above a pub. That's it.
Councillor Checkland, you make some very good points there, points which I shall now perhaps deflect to Kerry Challoner to answer, and also in terms of the parking as well. I think the gentleman from County Council. Okay. Yes, County Highways, Simon Hall. We have met you before, Simon, but it's many years ago, isn't it? Very, very long time ago. So Simon Hall, members, ladies and gentlemen, the County Highways speaker this evening. So if you'd just like to address those parking issues, Simon, please, if you would.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, parking's always been an emotive issue. Any authority and any planning committee, it seems to come up time and time again. And obviously, it needs to be reflected in your policies. But a big part of what affects the parking is the location of the parking. And I think, as we've seen historically with this, you've had a planning appeal that was 10 years ago that thought the site was sustainable, and the terminology didn't require the reliance on the private motor vehicle because it's close to the town centre, the train station, buses, etc. So when you tend to find these sites, a lesser requirement is there for the parking standard, so it's a bit more lenient, especially, and that's reflected now in the national planning policy framework, which last time it got an upgrade, there was a specific clause put in regarding parking, because I think my guess is there's a lot of appeals going to planning inspectorate on parking grounds, and I think they probably think it's a bit over the top, because a lot of the times what they're saying is the parking, we can only refuse it on issues of highway safety. So if it's an inconvenience for people, so I take on board what you're saying about the pub hasn't got any parking specifically outside of it, but that's more of an inconvenience issue more than a highway safety issue. Just in terms of what you were saying about people who are sort of less able to get there, you do get a dispensation under wheel lines. If you've got a blue badge, you can park on there for 3 hours. And the other thing I would say is, if it does become an issue, we could speak to our community highways liaison to see if we could possibly do anything about amending some of them lines to be disabled parking only. There's options available that we can do that if it's found to be necessary. The only problem with disabled parking spaces is specifically is the enforcement of them, and it can become an issue sometimes is how that goes on. But in terms of the general over the site, I think, as you've already said, I've seen these. I think there's been numerous planning officers and numerous highways officers who've looked at this. And I think we've got to the point now where we are happy that we don't think there's a reason for us to be able to refuse it in terms of complying with the policies. The parking is of a lower level because we've already established it is within a sustainable location. And I think the other thing we've managed to secure is the layout as such, as you've seen there, does allow for them vehicles to turn and enter and leave in a forward gear, which is more important for us. And as it was previously, you could get 5 or 6 cars that just end up reversing back out onto the main road, which we wouldn't necessarily is safe. And I think from our point of view, the layout you've got on there is a betterment than what we were previously operating. So I take on board, yes, the parking isn't strictly according to the maximum, but the current policies that you've got in the National NPPF say your parking standards should be a maximum in certain locations. We should be looking to see a lesser standard. So we're happy, it complies with the policy. We're happy with the layout as such because it gives a betterment for us because it does allow vehicles to enter and leave that site in a forward gear. Unfortunately, there isn't much parking for the pub. Well, there isn't any parking for the pub other than the staff. So that's an issue in terms of, like you've already said, it's one for the community where you'll have to get there on foot. Maybe you can have one or 2 more drinks to make it worth your while to walk home.
Thank you, Simon. Simon, I know we've talked about provision for the pub and for the staff at the pub, but obviously there are 3 apartments incorporated into this development. And there is no parking allocation for any of the occupants of the apartments, which some of us might find a little bit unreasonable is perhaps a word I could use. You could just address that for me, please, very quickly.
Yeah, as we've already said, a lot of it comes to location, and I think from that point of view, whoever moves into this will be aware that there is no parking come with these apartments. So you as you move into there, you'll be aware that there is nowhere for you to park your vehicle. So again, it comes down to the location. Residential properties close to sustainable modes of transport, such as the train station, the bus station, etc. It's not unusual to see those sorts of locations with very little or no parking.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Do we have any other speakers, please, at the moment? Councillor Birch and Councillor Salter. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. In case I might have missed it, but I would have thought if there's no parking, there might have been provision for cycle storage, but I can't see anything in there. If we're talking about sustainable transport, I would have thought residents of the flats may have wanted somewhere to keep a bike.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Birch. Councillor Salter, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I should sort of raise the point, although I think there may be a small area for cycles. But we're heading, I think, towards an era, certainly with many millennials, as they're called, not driving, because particularly if there is a good infrastructure provided in respect of transport, public transport, trains, buses, etc. So in a close to city centre location, I think parking is, well, if you're very lucky, you'll get it free, but you have to pay. I mean, look at London, it costs you more than the house to park your car, so I don't see the parking being too much of an issue.
Okay.
It's down to the right people.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salter. Kerry, I think you've got quite a few questions. One of the questions which stood out for me from Councillor Matthews was the way that the apartments, at least the first floor apartment, would interact with a pub, a busy pub. I'd actually written that question down myself, thinking that I don't think I'd fancy necessarily living in an apartment immediately above a pub, which was busy and vibrant and potentially quite noisy. And obviously other questions as well. If you could address those, please, Kerry. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go down my list that I've scribbled down. The first point I think was raised about having a potential lease and having planning controls over the lease to ensure that it's affordable, etc. Unfortunately, that's outside of planning. That would be akin to us approving a house and saying you can't sell it for more than such and such. So we haven't got any control over that, unfortunately. I think parking has been addressed by my colleague Simon. In county, a lot of work has gone into the parking. And this is essentially a very sustainable location where you can walk to the train station and all the city centre amenities as well. What I didn't point out on my original presentation was where that listed building is. That's completely separate to parking, I know, but I just thought I'd remember to do that there. But essentially, yeah, the train station is a touch past the top of the photograph. So yeah, I think the parking's been addressed. In terms of having the pub ready, there is a condition saying that it's got to be ready to open. I think that's reasonable in this case. And then in terms of the cycle storage, condition 7 requires details of the secure cycle storage, although I would say there is space within the communal lobby area, so we think that that's probably the best place for them. However, we have put a condition on to control that in case they decide to put it somewhere else. Now, in terms of noise, I completely hear what you're saying in terms of there could be some kind of the sort of interference between having a public house and apartments above. And our environmental health officer has not raised any concerns about this. However, there is scope in terms of adding a further condition to requiring some kind of noise scoping report. We could put extra conditions in there if members feel that is appropriate, and I do feel that is reasonable. I will defer to Jane perhaps for a little bit further comment on that in terms of the legal side of it. The noise, yeah.
Thank you very much, Kerry. And so I'll just hand over now to Jane Cotton, the legal officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Kerry and I have checked the planning guidance. There's a reference in the report to environmental health saying that the noise issues could be covered by the building control element of it, building regulations. But if members were concerned that there would be a noise impact from the pub and from any activities going on at the pub and impacting on the apartments above, then it could be and that would have an adverse impact on the residential amenity of the occupants, then they could impose a condition, a noise condition. Now, unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a lot of information on that potential problem. So what I'd suggest is that you delegate to the potential noise condition could require a noise report being provided prior to first occupation of the linked to a trigger, and I think it probably would be perhaps commencement of development, but we'd consider that. So you'd have what we do is we'd seek a noise report from the applicant, and we'd seek that the scope of the report would have to be agreed with the council beforehand, and then it would potentially suggest some mitigation measures, i.e. soundproofing, additional soundproofing, or that could be one, but that would be up to the applicant to come back, and then the applicant's noise expert to come back and suggest the sound mitigation measures. They'd have to be agreed by the council, and as part of the condition, we'd require that the works were carried out in full and prior to occupation of any of the apartments. Now, because that's quite wordy, and because we haven't got a lot of information, we'd ask that you delegate the imposition of the noise condition on that basis to officers, if you're minded to grant in this regard, grant the permission here. And can I just mention something which I've spotted? I know Kerry said that we'd require the pub would be open before the apartments were. No, I just wanted to ask Kerry to clarify, because Kerry mentioned that the conditions required the pub would be ready to open before the apartments were occupied. I think the condition says the extensions at the back would be done, which is not quite the same thing, but that's obviously all that the officers thought.
Yeah, so in terms of the condition 3 says that the apartments will not be occupied until the ground floor extensions to the public house are completed in accordance with the approved plans and are available for use. Now, the reasoning behind that is because of the toilets they're going to be demolishing part of the building which contains toilets. What we don't want is a pub without the necessary facilities. So that's what's set out in condition 3.
Okay, councillor Salter, I know you wish to come back.
Yes,
So
thank
does
you.
that mean, is that the same as the pub would be ready to open then prior to any occupation of the apartments?
So in terms of the fitting out of the public house, we haven't really got very much control over that. It's not controlled at the moment. There was no mechanism for us to control it as a council when they took away things from the public house. In terms of the internal, but in terms of the refitting of it, that condition sets out that it has to be available for use, which would mean that as a public house you'd expect a bar and seating and so on.
Okay, I'm just slightly concerned that were the applicant to have a lack of enthusiasm for opening up as a pub, it seems to me as though we're giving him quite a bit of wriggle room here. Some of the comments which have been coming back from those who've followed the history of this application, there does appear to be just a hint of the applicant on occasions being a little bit disingenuous, if I may say that. And I think by giving the applicant wriggle room, we are possibly giving a little bit of leniency, but that would be my interpretation. So at the moment, then all we're saying is that the extension work would have been finished, the downstairs toilet, etc., would have been finished. But that doesn't really mean that the pub is ready to open, does it, as such?
I think, Chair, just to respond to that, I think in terms of that, we can't force them to reopen the public house. Unfortunately, we don't have the power to do that, but what we do have is the power to make it available for you and available and ready to open.
Okay,
I've got councillor Salter and councillor Ray. Councillor
Just on
Salter
that
first.
point, could we say as the condition that it's got to be licensed, there's got to be a licensee in place? Yeah, we can't do that, no, because it's the license lapsed at the moment, so this, and they'd have to go for relicensing, but we couldn't say that there would be a.
Okay.
Sorry, through you, Chair, we can't link it to separate legislation. We can't link it to that.
Councillor Salter, please.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed that we can't say it's got to be in use. You know, we're talking about a noise test. Surely you can't get an accurate measurement of noise without Status Quo playing in the bar. It seems backwards almost that we can't say that we need the pub occupied and running before the flat. And to me, the simplest answer is to make that first floor the licensee's apartment and the staff's apartment. Can we put that in?
That's a good point.
I am not sure whether that's within the remit of the planning process, quite honestly, councillor Salter. Yeah, Artemis, if you wish to come in, please.
Just to say on that point that unfortunately we wouldn't be able to enforce that condition, so we wouldn't be able to impose that on them to force the use of that. I mean, they could come in with a separate planning application as a change of use, but that's very, very complicated. Again, it's very difficult to enforce.
How do we do an accurate sound assessment?
Well, as part of the condition for the noise report to be submitted, we could potentially add to that to say that within 12 months of occupation that they review the noise report and submit further findings to us. So we could do that and assess that at that point. So that is a possible additional condition that we could add to it.
Okay, thank you, Artemis. I think, Kerry, you did mention that it would be possible to possibly, under delegated powers, to ask the applicant for a noise report and also consider mitigation if the noise report suggested that would be necessary. So we are at that stage, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, so I think hearing the debate tonight, I think that is probably a very reasonable reason, and that would meet tests. We would basically ask for a noise report, and I'm no noise expert, but basically it's it is achievable. I know that's achievable, and that's why I'm saying that that's probably a good thing to do this evening. And the noise report, we've not only set out we would want to know exactly what kind of noise that we're encountering, well, sort of the noise levels, but also we would request mitigation. And then importantly, the condition would also make sure that the mitigation is implemented prior to anyone living in them apartments. So that should be sufficient to secure the ongoing viability of the public house.
Okay. Kerry, thank you very much for that. I think that sounds quite sensible, if I'm honest with you. I'll wait and see what other members think. Councillor Checkland, then Councillor Matthews, please.
Sorry, I'm just concerned in relation to this ready to open business. We allocated a plot, or well before my time, a plot of land was allocated in Fradley for a pub. It was left for 12 years with the developers doing nothing, and they had put houses on it. And unless we can condition something that means that the pub is open, we haven't saved the pub. And that's what this application is about, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Checkland. Councillor Salter?
No, I'm.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, to an extent, we are slightly emasculated. It would seem that we cannot absolutely demand the opening of the pub. It's quite clear that probably the planning process falls short of what we would like it to be able to do. But you've heard a very reasoned argument, I think, from Kerry. We've suggested that there could be a noise report and any mitigation which would need to follow to alleviate the nuisance of noise which would emanate from the pub. I think that would be a very, very worthwhile condition. If we were to see fit to recommend approval of this, I think that condition would be a very worthwhile addition, personally. Councillor Salter.
If I may just come back in from my previous life as an entertainer, I've worked in many venues where there's a traffic light system whereby if the music's a little bit too loud, the green light becomes amber, then the amber becomes red, and the power is switched off automatically. Unfortunately, you can't do that with people's voices. But if there is, yeah, I know who he is. If there is a sound issue, then I can't really think of anyone taking on a pub that has got, knowing there's a problem with the neighbours above. It's a sort of a catch-22 situation.
It is. Councillor Salter, thank you. Yes, we've heard myriad views. We've also had the views of the ward councillor, the camera gentleman as well, whose words were read out by Christine. We do need to reach a conclusion with this, members. Councillor Matthews, please.
Do you need an additional recommendation on that condition, the delegation, or can that just be incorporated in the actual application, the delegation?
I think it's absolutely clear that we could incorporate that, couldn't we? That condition.
To agree, like we did before,
Yeah.
we would want the proposer to agree with what is being suggested, and the seconder to agree with that.
Correct, thank you. So, members, yes, Councillor Matthews, please.
Can I propose approval subject to the additional suggestions that have been made at the meeting?
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Do we have a seconder, please? Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just suggest that the wording, the substance and the wording of the condition are delegated to officers in consultation with the Chair and the Vice Chair. Thank you.
I think that makes eminent sense. Thank you very much indeed there. So we have it, recommendation for approval with the conditions as discussed. Right, sorry.
So I'm extremely sorry, Chair. Just to clarify, because there was a discussion over conditions, a general discussion on conditions that could or couldn't be imposed. The only condition that the mover and seconder are moving is the noise condition. Yeah. That's right, isn't it? Just on a point of clarity, thank you.
It is. I beg your pardon if I slightly muddied the waters there. It's the condition about a noise report, and then any noise report suggesting mitigation is necessary, that mitigation being a condition of the opening up of the apartments. Before the apartments are occupied, that condition needs to be met. Thank you. So we have that, that is recommended for approval. on subject to that condition by councillor Matthews. It's been seconded by councillor Cross. Members, could I please have a show of hands for those of you who wish to approve subject to the condition? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is that 11? Just raise your hands again, please. It's 10. It's 10. Sorry, Jamie. I think, yeah, Councillor Checkland, I think I saw a hand raised where there wasn't a hand raised. So 10. Any against, please? And any abstentions? We have one abstention. So by a majority of 10, with no refusals and just one abstention, that application has been approved by this planning committee, subject to the condition as discussed. Thank you. Okay, we now move on to the next application. And this again concerns the same location. This one is application number, I should say, application 22/01282/FUL. Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Councillor Baker, I can tell you.
Yeah, sorry, there's Councillor Baker tell us that, but it's fine.
Yeah, Councillor Baker, I can tell you. The result of that is that the members have given approval of that application subject to a condition, and that condition is that there will be a noise report commissioned by the applicant, and the noise report, if it suggests mitigation will be necessary to make occupancy of the first floor apartment acceptable and reasonable, and not to if you like, ruin the amenity value of that dwelling. That is a condition of the application. So, and the wording of that will actually be arrived at via the planning officers. Okay, I hope you're reasonably okay with that. Thank you. So we now move on to the next application. Sorry. Oh, right. Councillor Anketel has left the room. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So we now move on very quickly then to 22/01282/FUL. This concerns the same property. This is the land adjacent to 121 Upper St John Street, Lichfield. It is the land which is effectively adjacent to the pub that we've just been talking about. To take us through this application, once again, it is Kerry Challoner. Do we know how long he's going to be? Okay, right. Because we didn't, or I didn't, can't blame you, because I didn't suggest to him before he left, I didn't realise he was leaving either, that he had the choice of leaving and not participating. I think we need to wait for him to return. So this gives you all an opportunity for a brief breather. So you can just sit quietly, I think. Okay, but we're Yeah, and I think, yes, we're live streaming again. So we're just about to recommence. This is 22 oblique 01282 oblique FUL. And to take us through this report, I will turn to my right and ask Kerry Challoner to once again take us through it. Thank you very much, Kerry.
Thank you, Chair. So the third planning application this evening is, as I said previously, it's intrinsically linked to what we've just looked at, because it shares the same access and is adjacent to the previous application site. So there we've just got, we're all familiar with the site now, I think. And what I will do this time though is remember to point out the list of building. So it's quite annoyed I didn't do that last time. But essentially that was the site prior to any works taking place. As Councillor Baker set out in her previous speech, this site has been going on for a number of years, and I think it started back in 2013 when we refused an application and that got overturned at appeal. So 8 houses were granted on appeal by the planning inspectorate, and then we've had a couple of iterations ever since, which has led us to where we are today. All 8 houses have been constructed, they are fitted out and have kitchens, bathrooms, and they are ready to go. The one thing that the applicant hasn't done is the driveway, which when we raised the issue that there was possible enforcement issues on this site, we told him to stop works, and to be fair to him, he has. So he's had to heat all of them 8 houses over the winter to make sure that they don't succumb to the elements, etc. So we are looking at the retention of 8 dwellings called in by Councillor Baker, and we've also got an objection from the City Council. The first, I was pressed the wrong button. So these houses up here, these sit behind the public house. That's plots 1, 2, and 3. And then you've got the sort of that's 1, 2, and 3 there, and they face plots 4 and 5 opposite. So they're kind of in the little cul-de-sac formation at the back of the site. The site has been, the ground land levels have been changed considerably since its original approval. I think people driving past were probably horrified at the amount of soil coming out of that site, I'm assuming, because that's your retaining wall along the back there. And that there is a container. So you think the size of a container, that's how high that wall is. Just a couple more photographs. This is plot 2, the garden of plot 2. So I think as set out in the report, it highlights the fact that some of the gardens aren't as big as our recommended guidelines are. The previous approvals, they were substandard as well. So that has been taken into account when balancing this recommendation. Again, the overall site layout, we did ask the applicant when we this application is essentially to regularise the situation. When it became apparent that there was some discrepancies with the previous consents, we asked them to do a site master plan, and that's what you're looking at there in front of you, to make sure that essentially this development works with the development that's intrinsically linked next to it. So the parking, each house has 1 parking space, which is kind of aligns with previous consents and also what the inspector thought about it being in a sustainable location. So the supplementary paper also confirms Highways thoughts on it, although we have colleagues at Highways here today to assist if you've got any questions. In terms of the layouts of the properties, they're all pretty similar to each other. And one of the main differences was the fact that the roofs were built slightly higher, and that was so they had a bedroom in the roof on the previous approvals, but it was to fit in an ensuite bathroom. I think that's what's taken that over. So the house designs, as you've seen on the photographs, the materials they used were actually the materials that were approved. And then we've asked for street scenes there to show how it fits in with the street scenes. We also did quite a lot of work to and fro and making sure that we got the ground levels right, because to make sure that this relationship worked. And I think that pretty much concludes my presentation, so happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Well, before we come on to the questions there, Kerry, obviously we have some speakers. So that's not the sort of thing I do, actually. I feel better now. I feel as though I'm in good company. Okay. The speakers are, the first one is going to be spoken again by Christine Lewis. Are these more or less the same points that were raised before?
It is specifically on this, but it's.
Okay, all right. So these are the words then of Adam Randall of Camera. He's the objector, and this written representation. And Christine has 5 minutes. Will be read by her. Christine, your time starts as you start speaking. Thank you.
Our concerns here are only how the plans will affect the resurrected pub. There are clearly other issues as discussed in the public document pack, but we will leave those to the experts. So, as for the other application, will the proposed changes actually be done to plan and in such a way as not to compromise the operation of the pub? The developer clearly has form in not building to plan. Particularly important in this regard is the noise protection as discussed in the public pack, as the Greyhound was a popular live music pub. This will potentially be important and must be enforced. That's it, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. That's the second time this evening I've been caught at it. It's dear, oh dear. Well, they say things happen in threes, so you can bet anything that I'll get caught out again this evening. Thank you very much indeed, Christine. Councillor Baker, you have 10 minutes if you wish to exercise that prerogative. And as the ward member, I know that you have some strong feelings about this site. So, as I say, you have 10 minutes when you're ready to start. Thank you.
Thank you. This site obviously is adjacent to the one you've just discussed earlier, and the report does tell us to look at them in conjunction. I've just made some bullet points for this because I thought the previous speech was just about long enough, nearly too long. So this is, as the officer said, a site with a protracted history of numerous those similar planning applications, refusals, appeals and consents. And some applications are actually overlapping existing applications at the same time. So we had a lot of officer time and effort on these, sometimes perhaps in conflicting situations. Unfortunately, as the officer said, this LPA refused it before my time as councillor, and it went through an appeal. And because there were conditions on that appeal which do not appear to have been adhered to. So my overview of the reasons for calling it in, and they still stand now, is massing on the street scene, and it is pretty dominating when you walk down that street. And this is now exacerbated with the higher ridges than were in the original approved plans. So it's actually created more of a monstrosity than it might have been. It has an overbearing impact on the street scene, and therefore it's not compliant with good design BE2 and BE1, and also the City Council's neighbourhood plan. I do wonder why they call them the Greyhound Heights. I think this is somewhat ironic given the damage to the pub and the fact that they are higher, but maybe that's my poor humour. So with the bedroom sizes, we noticed in the report that the bedroom is not a bedroom because it's too small. So again, I'm not sure how that complies with the approved plans and how they can be marketed, and whether or not that has an impact on the decisions about numbers of parking spaces that might or might not be needed. While it's not considered a conservation area, as I mentioned earlier, terrace houses in the surrounds are late 19th century and the historic Holy Cross churches across the road. The layout has been changed with no recourse to the LPA prior to building. Residents were aware things were not how we expected and not right, and fortunately, eventually enforcement did come out and our officer went and had a good look to find, unfortunately, our worst fears were true. There's no affordable housing, but actually, if you take the whole site into account, you've got 11 dwellings. At one point, there was going to be 12 or more. And does the site split? I mean, we don't take our affordable housing policy into consideration or not. Given the area that they're in and the mix of housing already in that area, affordable housing would not be disproportionate or necessarily inappropriate in my view. The gardens, as you've seen, are extremely small, but unfortunately this was given approval before through the planning inspector. But it is, as you notice, ecologically now a totally barren site. Scrubland that was there has completely gone. We've lost bird flight, bat flight space. There's nowhere for them to go anymore. The back of this plot has mature trees, which are in a lot of cases TPO'd and considered a conservation asset. The ecological value of these has been compromised by this site, particularly those in beach gardens. In terms of flooding risk, etc., it's something, a reason I called it in. I know the county have looked at this and also the water board, but could we consider some more conditioning here, maybe a soakaway at the bottom of the driveways and bonded porous surfaces rather than block paving, which, as we know, is not easily maintained and over time becomes pretty ugly, dangerous, and really just a water course. And I'm thinking of future residents and people walking along the footpath. It gets slippery there at the best of times in the winter. The driveway does slope more than indicated by the photographs. No, I'm not criticising the photographer here. It's not an easy angle. When you manage to peer through the blackouts in the front of it, you can see that. I also feel that we need conditions to ensure that these dwellings do not compromise the operation of the pub. And again, protection against noise pollution, extractor units, encroachment of the pub's bin space, etc., and maybe smoking areas need to be conditioned, and potential occupants, should the dwellings not being pulled down, will need to be made aware that the pub supports the community and will be operable and make the appropriate noises that come from a good pub. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Baker. So there you have the views of the objector, that's Camera, and also the views of the ward member, Councillor Baker. Right, so any questions that you may have then for the presenting officer, Kerry Challoner? If you, Councillor Matthews, I'll take first, and then who else was signalling, please? Councillor Cross, and anybody else? Okay, Councillor Matthews, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I speak both as a ward councillor and also a former user of the pub. I think the first thing to remember is the site permission was obtained on appeal, and the final iteration is again not in conformity with the original vision that the planning inspectorate set out. So it is disappointing. We have a larger scale, larger height, and the layout changes apparently were made essentially without reference to the council's planning department, which is very disappointing and concerning. Also, Councillor Baker's alluded to the ecological benefits or lack of them. I well recall it being a garden and there was a lot of wildlife there. So it is now essentially it looks to me like a sterile site with some greening. Some improvements could be made, but I do regret the loss of the ecology. And in terms of flooding and driveway, I know the officers mentioned the fact that the driveway is yet to be made. I'm assuming there'll be some sort of SUDS requirement, a porous surface, because that whole area does get a lot of rainwater, and we cannot add to the rainwater that's already taken on St John Street by a steep drive. And finally, again, of course, we have noise. So whilst I think my main concerns raised on the apartments was very close proximity, if we have a noisy pub that's vibrant and live music, it will not only affect the apartments, but it's going to affect the houses that are in close proximity. So whatever treatment is required for the pub should also have consideration for the houses that are applied for today to be retained. So certainly the pub won't just have an effect on the apartments, it'll have an effect on surrounding property. So the noise report, I'm assuming that it will go in with that, but if not, I will suggest it does. The noise report should consider amenity impact of all the proposed houses that are before us tonight. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, councillor Matthews. Councillor Cross, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of things to address here, but first of all, I'd like to ask the officer, I'm trying to get my head around why has this application come back into us if it was approved by the inspector? Could you tell me that first, please, Kerry, and then I'll move on to what I have to say.
Through you, Chair. The application has come back into us because there's been some, if you just bear with me, I'll try and get it to work. No. Oh, there we go. It's just easier to show you, to be honest. So in terms of the changes to the approved scheme, these three houses pretty much are in the same location. They're just slightly higher in order to get the bathroom into the roof space. They built them higher. There is a garage that was located on the end of this property here, which is not being constructed. Instead, they've built a retaining wall along here, so they can't get the garage in. So that's a change there. The other change to the site is the site has actually got larger at this area since the inspector's decision, because they actually bought some of the garden of 127 to add it on to plots 4 and 5 to make them bigger gardens. And I think that pretty much sums up, because the actual distances between the properties are pretty much as the inspector allowed, and there's not, and the layout down here is also changed so they can accommodate more parking. So they're the main changes.
Okay, thank you very much, Kerry. I think probably some of the members feel a slight concern that having got this application on appeal, then did not comply with the conditions imposed by the inspector. I think the comment that was made by the camera gentleman, which is read out by Christine, 3 words he said, which was the applicant has form, which I interpreted as being slightly pejorative. I think there is a little bit of exasperation on the part of members that, having gained the planning permission, then chose to deviate from it. But I'm afraid that's where we are. We're not going to change that. And that, of course, is one of the reasons why we're discussing it here tonight. I do notice on page 172, the ecology team at LDC actually have no objections. Now, I know that this did cause a certain amount of disquiet amongst members, but the ecology team seem to be okay with it, but that's not to suggest that it is a rather barren landscape. Also, I see that the conservation and urban design team, they are on page 172 as well. They have no objections either. So the points have been raised by members, I fully understand, but I think there is not a lot of support from the council's officers to support some of the points that are being raised by members. I fully understand that. Yeah, Councillor Salter and I think Councillor Ray as well. Oh, Councillor Cross wishes to come back. Thank you, Councillor Cross.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It just seems to be that almost every meeting that we have, we seem to be dealing with retrospective, where developers just think they can do what they like. Lichfield District Council are going to accept it, so just get on and do it. And this seems to be a case of that, and it's quite annoying that we have to sit here and waste our time looking at these things. We've got very little powers that we can slap down on them and stop this. And maybe it's time that we start to think, what can we do to penalise them? If this was Solihull, I remember just a few years back, Solihull had a similar case like this on the Warwick Road, where they built high and they actually sold the properties and tenanted, and they were occupied. They made the developer move the people out into hotels, and they made them reduce the heights. And I think we've got to start coming stronger over this. They've taken us to appeal on this, and they think they can just go on this site and do what the heck they want to do. And we need to start slapping down on that and saying, no, put it back to where it should be. And I'll be objecting to this.
Thank you very much, councillor Cross. So are you recommending so you're actually proposing that you would refuse this, are you? Is that a formal
Yes, I am, Chair.
proposal to
Yes.
refuse? Thank you very much. And you will need to give some reasons now then, councillor Cross, please.
Because the development hasn't been done in accordance with the approval by the inspector, which was at appeal. And I feel they should be return it back to that original plan.
Would that be?
Is that sufficient grounds?
No, unfortunately, it's not sufficient grounds for us to. I hear what you're saying, but in terms of the consent that was granted by the inspector was actually an outline consent, I believe. Bear with.
If I can just come in here.
Oh, sorry, it was outline with access, scale, and layout. And that was what was considered by the inspector. However, that wouldn't be sufficient reasoning on its own.
Councillor Cross, I think we all share your exasperation. We really, really do. It's just a question of whether we feel as though we could go as far as you would like to go in refusing it. But that's not to say that there isn't a degree of empathy amongst, I think, probably all the members of this planning committee, to be honest with what you say. Yes, councillor Salter, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, to emphasise really, and I had to councillor Cross's points. We've heard from Kerry about the change in the layout slightly. But one of the things that was raised by councillor Baker was the bedrooms in the heightened loft space do not conform to size as bedrooms. Now, surely that would be a good reason to say, well, you know, they don't work. They're not what you're claiming them to be. So there's no reason for you to keep them.
Thank you, councillors.
Councillor Coulter, thank you very much. Kerry, do you want to come back on that, please?
Yeah, just to confirm, the bedroom sizes in the loft do comply. It was the first floor rear bedroom that didn't comply, the small. Yeah, so it was because they squeezed in a bathroom in the roof there.
Kerry, I think going back to the report, it does say that it doesn't conform to a bedroom specification, but it could be a study. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
that's correct.
Thank you. So, I mean, you know, I do hear what is being said by members, fully understand the exasperation, and nobody hates to see non-conformity of the planning consent more than me. I really do resent it, but unfortunately there is only so much the planning process can do. And of course, we cannot be used as, we can't be seen to enforce retribution. That's not what we're not allowed to do that, unfortunately. Well, I say unfortunately, but we're not allowed to do that, quite simply. Yes, I'm going to ask now for an opinion here from the legal officer, Jane Cotton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure the other planning officers will correct me or provide further information. But essentially, what you've got here is a development that doesn't comply with a recent permission. It departs from it. So, as my understanding is, it's an authorised carry. Is that right? But if members wanted to refuse it, they'd have to show there was planning harm, and that planning harm justified the refusal. Just because it doesn't comply, I know it sticks in members' craw, but as the chair has said, and as the guidance is, that just because it doesn't comply with the permission we've granted in itself, wouldn't sustain a refusal. You'd have to think of what planning harm has arisen and how different it is to the permission that we granted in 2019, Kerry, is that right? And what planning harm has resulted from that?
Thank you very much. That's the legal opinion there. Councillor Salter, we're going to have to move on and get a decision here very soon. Councillor Salter, then Councillor Ray, please.
Sorry, yes, going back to the sound mitigation, we seem to be imposing on the pub part, the sound prevention or the escape of sound. All of that is going to weigh heavily on someone who wants to perhaps take on that role as landlord of that. Might we be better imposing sound mitigation on the residences? In other words, put retrospective soundproofing on the buildings so that they are protected from the imminent sounds from the pub. That would sort of.
That's looking through the other end of the telescope,
Yes,
really, isn't it,
yeah,
councillor
well, we're
Salter?
trying to get.
Okay.
We're trying to get somebody to get that pub back in.
I'll just get a ruling on that, a view of that, but then we must get a decision on this. Kerry, the point was made by councillor Salter. Is it possible to actually include noise mitigation within the structure of the properties adjacent to the pub?
So in terms of the obviously the public house, we're going to ask for a scooping report and the noise mitigation and so on. If we were looking at this and they weren't constructed, we'd be putting a condition on for noise mitigation. Well, a similar scenario really, a noise assessment and then any mitigation that's required. And usually it is through the glazing. What we're unsure of at the moment, I'll take some advice on this. It's whether we can do it at this stage.
Yes, of course. This is now Artemis Christofi. Thank you.
So just very quickly on that. So retrospectively, I think it's very difficult. We couldn't impose a specific noise condition on that because, for instance, if the residents are in their garden at any time, how do you mitigate against that? What we could look at potentially is the boundary treatment and maybe propose some acoustic fencing to be installed and details of that to be submitted as a form of some mitigation towards the noise from the pub. We could ask for that detail to be submitted and assessed.
I'm trying to take the onus away from whoever wants to run the pub.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you see where I'm coming from, it's making it more and more difficult for a landlord to say, "Oh, take that on."
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Artemis, for that. Councillor Ray and then Councillor Birch, please.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Kerry, as I understand this, it's almost pretty much finished, apart from the road. But I suppose it's a wider point. Where we're faced with retrospective applications in the future, where we have a developer that we haven't got comfort, we're not comfortable they are going to deliver against the planning commission. Can we have a condition where they have to get a professional surveyor or whatever to deliver a report to the council confirming before their permission is valid that the commission and the building regs have been complied with? So it doesn't put the onus on the council. They have to actually produce something, present it to the council, confirming it's been complied with. And what you could say was just a bit of paper, it's just a report, but no, it's focusing the mind. It's saying that this council is watching you and you need to comply because you're going to have to get a professional deliver a report to the council to confirm you have complied with. It's just a suggestion about how we tackle this sort of thing.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. And Councillor Salter, then we're going to have to bring this to a conclusion. Yes, indeed. Jane Cotton, legal advice, please.
Thank you, Chair. While members have been debating, we've looked at the planning history of the recent refusal and approval. And it's not clear, there's no noise mitigation condition on the houses on either of the previous decisions. So it would be sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, sorry, Chair, the only reason I pulled a face was we only proved it as being a pub 10 minutes ago, so we didn't need conditions on the previous two.
This was for the houses, when the houses were granted permission, is that right, Kerry? Right.
Yeah, so in terms of the planning history, there was the public house, there's a public house now, they could get somebody in, have a new lease, and they could have live music there every Saturday night, and that's a situation as it is. There's nothing on the previous recent consents that suggests that the needed noise mitigation. So where we are at the moment, I think in terms of this is something that officers could look into. If you're minded, you could defer the application for officers to look into that a bit more, and I will pass over to Jane now.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Chair. The point is that members can impose a condition when there is essentially a prospect of the developer being able to comply with it. What we've got here are houses that have already been built. So any mitigation that members would seek to would require to include is going to be quite difficult to secure and potentially expensive. We've got no noise advice in front of us here, no technical noise advice, and members obviously have got real concerns about the impact of noise, the noise from the pub on the houses, and the impact that any complaints from the houses could make if the pub starts to operate again and has live music, which could affect the future viability of the pub. So in the absence of any real noise advice and any previous noise conditions, I'd advise members, if they are considering refusing or even seeking to impose a noise condition, that's deferred to get some further advice from the council's own professional officers, so members can be sure they're on a secure footing. That's my advice to you, members.
Thank you very much. If I can just remind you as well that, of course, that was conditioned with the last application, the pub, to have a noise report and also mitigation to be a result of that, if that was felt to be appropriate.
Thank you, Chair. That was for, thank you. On a point of clarity, that was for the residential apartments above the pub. These are, and so that noise mitigation was from noise coming up through the pub or potentially from just outside for those residential apartments above the pub. And that noise report would have to be for those residential apartments, and they're going to be built, and any noise mitigation can be delivered as part of that building process. You've got a separate application here, although it's within the same ownership as the applicant, and you've got houses that are already built. Now, Kerry and I discussed potential noise mitigation measures. So, as she said, it may not be possible, and I think Artemis said it couldn't any noise mitigation within the build of the houses couldn't protect any of the residents from noise in the gardens, what noise levels those reasons could be. And you could also potentially be looking at double glazing or specialist ventilation or soundproofing within houses that have already been built. Now, that's in the absence of any technical noise advice, I would suggest that members defer this, get some noise advice and bring it back. But that's only advice, Chair.
Sorry, you've got many members.
We really need to bring this to a conclusion. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that we defer this application and advise the listening judge that you would on the conditions which he has raised here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cross. Okay, so there is a proposal to defer this application subject to receiving noise reports, etc., as per the advice from the legal officer there, which is Jane Cotton. Do we have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Matthews, you're seconding that. Okay. Members, it's been proposed then by Councillor Cross, seconded by Councillor Matthews, that we defer this application subject to receiving noise reports. Can I please have a show of hands? Okay. 10. Yeah, 10. Any abstention? Any against, please?
Any abstentions?
Any abstentions? Councillor Birch abstaining. Thank you very much, Councillor Birch. Okay, so that application has been deferred and it will come back to this committee another day. We now move on to the next application. Members, yes.
Will not take part in this
Thank you, Councillor Humphries. Thank you very much indeed. So Councillor Humphries is vacating the meeting and will not take part in the next one. This is application 19/01015/OUTM.
Yeah. As long as I can't remember it.
And this is land at Street Hay, Burton Road, Lichfield. And to take us through this application, we have Sarah Willits. Sarah Willits, thank you very much for joining us once more. If you'd like to take us through the report, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for your attention. This application is being brought back to the committee following when members were minded to approve this application subject to the 106 and conditions on the 27th of July 2020. Following this, the extent of the application site has been reduced and the main vehicular access into the site is revised just to one access via the via Morgan Mews. This proposal is up for 200 dwellings, which is compliant with policy LC1 of the local plan, and all matters are reserved apart from the access arrangements. This obviously is an allocated site as part of the wider Street Hay development, and the access again is coming from Morgan Mews and meets the highway standards. The housing mix is at an outline, but the documents provided will support the housing mix and obviously can be assessed in respect to the reserve matters. I'll just buzz you through the photographs, the aerial photograph of the site. As you can see, the extent has been reduced there. That's the reduction there. And the access point is Morgan Mews, which is there. Excuse my hands, it's never easy with one hand. It seems to be shaking all the time. Sorry, this is it's there. It's just in that sliver there. So the application site is consistent at the southern end, which is here. And so the access point is through here with a secondary pedestrian access cycle route through the top here. Some photographs for you. This is going into the development, which is via Oak Way, which, as I said, is one of the main routes in to the development. Photograph 1. Photograph 2 is looking out towards the site from, I believe it's Woodlark Way. The third photograph is actually taken from the development site from the corner of Woodlark Way across Marebrook, which you can see, make out the extent of the brook area there, and the land itself is obviously behind that. And the final photograph, photograph 4, is the actual access point with the main road coming through Morgan Mews. As I said, I've just literally annotated a Google Maps just to show you where the access points are again, just for clarification.
Can you just go back one on the access point, going through, yeah, that one, thank you.
Yeah, that is number 4, photograph 4. That's Morgan Mews. And so that shows the end of the turning head there, which is, as I said, comes to the end there, and there's a private drive off that way, and obviously that way as well, but the route will go straight across at that point. And this is an indicative site layout showing, as I said, how the development can be accommodated. Is again, it's up for 200 dwellings, showing generally a perimeter block layout with central roads, with roads off, with the green space being dedicated to the northern area, and I said protective boundaries at the southern point where you can see the orange. I think there's an orange, there's a maintenance hedge boundary there, it's a maintenance corridor to be kept clear of development. I think that's about all of the photographs. Oh, no, it's not supposed to be that is all of the photographs on the site. So we have actually received this evening a late comment in respect to the site, with concerns raised in respect to the reduced number of access points to the development and the associated impacts on those residential properties concerned, and concerns in respect to, you know, why we've come to these circumstances, and potentially that, you know, the residents were concerned that, as I said, the developer potentially has made some conveyancing errors which has caused some of this issue in the first place. But as I said, our highways colleagues are satisfied that the single sole access to the development can serve quite adequately 200 dwellings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And so this evening, we have, on behalf of the applicant, Miller Homes, we have Helen Dawkins. Helen Dawkins, thank you very much for joining us this evening. I'm awfully sorry that you've had quite a long wait before you're actually able to give us your 5-minute report. So 5 minutes is what you have. You'll be familiar with the setup. With 30 seconds still to go, you will be alerted to that fact. And once the 5 minutes has elapsed, if you're still speaking, you need to stop immediately. Thank you. Your time will start as soon as you commence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As you have been made aware in the officer's report, this application was originally considered by the Planning Committee on the 27th of July 2020, where members resolved to grant outline planning permission subject to the signing of the Section 106 agreement. Given the uncertainty in the housing market at that time of the committee in 2020 due to COVID, the scheme was unfortunately not progressed, and over the passage of time, changes have been made to the proposed development. Those changes being a reduction in the site area and a slightly alternative access arrangement. Firstly, with regards to the reduction in the site area, this has a resultant effect of reducing the provision of public open space on site, but not to the detriment of planning policy. Whereas the previous scheme included a significant over-provision of public open space, providing 3.1 hectares, the current application provides 2.58 hectares of public open space. This is, however, still slightly above the policy requirements of policy HSC1, which for 200 dwellings would equate to 2.24 hectares of public open space. The development therefore continues to deliver adequate and usable public open space in line with Lichfield District Council's planning policies. In addition, it is important to note that the current proposals do not compromise the delivery of biodiversity net gain on site. The scheme will continue to deliver more than 20% net gain with the provision of new native planting and hedgerow establishment in line with the Biodiversity and Development SBD, the provision of which is controlled by a draft condition 13. Secondly, the access has been amended to provide a single point of access into the development, along with the provision of an emergency access link. You will see that Staffordshire County Council Highways have commented and supported this current proposal, stating that the proposed single access arrangement is designed to be suitable to serve up to 300 dwellings, 100 dwellings in excess of what is proposed. And as such, they remain satisfied that the proposed single access, along with the emergency access link, remains a satisfactory highway solution to serve the development. To conclude, the site is allocated under policy LC1 of the local plan allocations document for residential development of up to 200 dwellings. The principle of development on this site is therefore considered to be acceptable, and the proposals fully accord with the policies contained within the council's adopted development plan. In terms of the detailed design for the development, this will be controlled through draft condition 6, requiring the submission of a design code and master plan to deliver a well-designed, sustainable development, achieving a mix of housing to accord with planning policy. Furthermore, as a result of the amended scheme, the scheme will now deliver 40% affordable housing provision, resulting in an additional 10 affordable houses. I therefore respectfully urge members to follow the officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen Dawkins, there on behalf of the applicant. That's Miller Homes. We have no other speakers on this application. Just before we launch into a discussion with questions and comments, I do need to read standing orders, members. I also need to change my specs. Sorry. Unless the majority of councillors present vote for the meeting to continue, any meeting shall stand adjourned after 3 hours, provided that if there is a quorum present and in the opinion of the chairman, the matters remaining to be considered are either of such importance that it's in the interest of the council that the consideration thereof should then take place, or that the extension of time required is minimal. Councillors may consent to the continuation of the meeting. Remaining business will be considered at a time and date fixed by the chairman. If he or she does not fix a date, the remaining business will be considered at the next ordinary meeting. Members, there is standing orders, which of course is a requirement for me to present to you at this stage of the proceedings. Can I have a show of hands, please, those of you who would be willing to allow this meeting to extend beyond the normal 3 hours, which would take us beyond 9 o'clock. Can I have a show of hands for those of you willing to do that? Thank you very much indeed. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I sincerely hope, and it is my intention, that we certainly do not repeat the proceedings of a month ago when we had to adjourn with 2 applications still outstanding at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Right, we move on then with members. You've heard the planning officer's report, Sarah Willett's report, and you've also heard the views there of the applicant. Can I please have questions, comments from you, which we can then put to the planning officer? Thank you very much. Oh, right, okay. So we'll start off with Councillor Latham. Councillor Latham, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a ward councillor for this area, and you may be aware that traffic pours in and out of this new development every day onto Burton Road. The new or the recent roadworks created by Cadent show just how much traffic is using this road. It's taking 45 minutes to get from the roundabout at Quicksave into the estate. There is so much traffic using this estate. It needs 2 access routes. It really does. It won't be safe with just the one. We've got massive problems with the way some residents drive already. The police have been involved. There have been countless incidents of dangerous driving. We need to take that seriously, and we need to have 2 routes just to lessen the density of traffic flow through the estate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Latham. Councillor Ray, please, then Councillor Anketel.
Yes, it's on the same points, and I guess from when you look with from the highways point of view, maybe technically, from a technical safety, can this road bear this number of vehicles from 200 homes? Maybe technically the highways officer will tell us it's compliant. However, there are other factors here. There's the amenity of the residents that live on Morgan Mews, and the amount of additional traffic that's going to be going alongside outside their houses, which is going to impact the quality of their life. There's the additional emissions from vehicles going past their houses as well. So it's more than just, is this road of sufficient quality and safety? It is the amenity, and we need to think about our residents. It appears that the developer has an issue with obtaining the second exit, but we need to stand up for our residents. We shouldn't, we should ensure they're not adversely impacted by just having a single access for the reasons I've outlined.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ray. Councillor Anketel, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased that the first condition is 40% affordable housing provision on the estate. I would urge the planning officers, when developers come to them with plans for building groups of 20 or 30 or 40 houses, that they insist on this minimum 40% from the very beginning for each section. Too often we've got them being less than 40% to start off with, and less again, and even less again, and even less again. So if we can make sure that the planning officers point out to the developers, look here, we can't recommend approval unless each of these things is 40% affordable housing. Thank you.
Councillor Anketel, thank you very much. Yes, I think in terms of affordable housing, we do use a variable viability model, don't we? So 40% is the aspiration, but there are occasions when we do fall short simply because 40% might be shown to be not viable. But I take the point you're making, and I'm sure, yes, indeed, you wish to come back.
I quite understand that 40% isn't always available, but perhaps there could be a little bit more than 40%, rather a little bit less than 40%.
Okay, I think that's a major policy rethink. So that's probably not. It's something that we can take back to the planning department, but at the moment that would not be within the gift of the planning committee to impose more than 40%. I think it's true to say. But I take your point. Okay, so we now have Councillor Evans, please, then Councillor Checkland.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to reinforce what Councillor Anketel has said, because so many times we've heard the affordable amount of properties reduced, and we know that it's essential that we do provide affordable in whatever guise it is, because people are wanting to remain in Lichfield and they are wanting to have properties that they can afford. But I would ask, when this is being looked at as far as the mix is concerned, can we ensure that the mix is across the whole development, because it is not fair to stick it all in one place. I know that some people find that that is more suitable, but it isn't fair, and I do think that we need to ensure that this affordable housing provision is spread across the whole site.
Councillor Evans, I think the term that you were looking for perhaps was the pepper pot approach, where the affordable housing is sprinkled around the development and not all incorporated into one corner. But yes, your point is well made, and I think you will probably find that you have quite a lot of support on this planning committee with that view. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Checkland, please.
Thank you, Chair. My observations from reading this report today, I'll go through them all. Some are observations, some are possibly questions. Right, 200 dwellings. Now, normally I was delighted to see that it was actually written as a condition that there be no more than 200 dwellings. But then it's occurred to me, the site shrunk. So I am a little concerned as to what's happened with that plot of land at the top that has a road access to it. Is that the next plot that's going to be put in? The road leads up to it, it stops, and that's the piece of land that's disappeared, and I assume that'll come back as another development. This just looks like a way of squeezing 200 houses into slightly smaller space that we agreed last time. That's an observation. I think I said quote page 18, paragraph 2. Basically, it just says that along the lines of work should be undertaken strictly in accordance with this plan. Well, that's what was approved last time, but it's the same number of houses, but a smaller plot. What's the proposed housing density for the whole site? I was delighted to see condition minimum size garages. These 200 houses, these on top of the 750 that were initially authorised for that particular site, or are they part of that 250, please? I noticed that the provision for primary education, secondary education doesn't get mentioned. Does that come from SIL? And presumably that will be on the same scale as the 500 house site, which was 4.5 million for 500 houses. So that's around about 2 million approx coming for a secondary education. It dedicates that there'll be 35 secondary places. Where are these places the schools are for? I know that's not a condition, it's just an observation. Housing split, I was pleased to see that actually it is turned at 40%. A quick question just in relation to planning. Why don't we adopt open spaces anymore when we have building developments? And why don't we adopt roads? Why is this now being built into plans? Because I don't really understand. Yes, the same point as Councillor Ray. it's one access down a small residential estate road. Yes, those 200 houses are acceptable there, but by the time they reach the end of that road, you've got all the houses from that road from that estate as well. So you probably doubled it to 400 coming out of one road. My last point, I'm going to finish on a positive. I like the fact that we're conditioning all new residential developments as being air source or solar, and every single house had an electric charging point. So I like that bit. Just some observations, really, and if you can answer any of my cynicism, that'd be brilliant.
I'm not going to be drawn into that one, Councillor Chetwynd, but that was one of the points that I looked at when I was going through the report, which made me slightly concerned. I'll go no further than that. I know that we're at different ends of the spectrum, perhaps, on that one. Okay, any other questions, comments for the planning officer? Kerry, you've got quite a lot to go out there, haven't you? I think the single access road is causing problems for people. Sorry, Sarah, I'm so sorry, Sarah.
That's the third one.
Kerry, I think, Kerry, you were looking very concerned then, weren't you, having to answer all those questions? Sarah, please. Okay, Sarah, I do apologise. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I've got questions from Councillor Latham, Councillor Ray, Councillor Anketel, Councillor Evans, Councillor Chetwynd, in particular. Right. I will bring in my colleague, Simon Hall, primarily because obviously some of the issues in respect to the roads, he's got the technical know-how as to giving you a sort of a lowdown as to his assessment of it. But I mean, clearly with one or two accesses, the access route is fairly fixed because it's coming out of a certain point. And unfortunately, as I said, the planning department can't necessarily control traffic speeds per se, and nor can the developer around the site. It is designed, the site is designed for a 20-mile-an-hour. Unfortunately, as I said, I am aware from obviously some of the concerns that have been raised by residents that has not been the case. However, the site has been designed to meet the 20-mile-an-hour speed restrictions. As I said, I will bring in obviously Simon in a moment, but also the basis of obviously the affordable housing restriction is based on it's a movable feast. It moves on a yearly basis, so it's monitored. And every year that figure is monitored and mediated. So if every development comes along, they get assessed against the target, and this year has now been set now at 40%, and the developer obviously is aware of that increase, because when it was previously reviewed it was based on 35%, so they've actually increased the affordable housing requirements up to 40% to meet the new figures, which is as I said, is considered acceptable. And to reinforce Councillor Evans' point of view in terms of affordable housing, that will be obviously the policy would be to pepper pot those affordable housing within the development, so it wouldn't be they would be indivisible from the market housing. Councillor Chetwynd had obviously raised in respect to the developable land and the reduction in the land. I don't have information in respect to what would potentially be happening in respect to the loss of the land at the top end of the site. However, the developable land hasn't changed as such. It was purely the difference being the land that was lost was the open space. But the open space was an over provision at that point, and now it's still over provided, but not to the same degree as it was previously. I see the contributions in respect to education. The education department has only asked for primary education, so we don't have a figure for secondary. And as I said, they haven't come back specifically on a figure requirement for that. And regarding the adoption of the open space, it isn't something that, as I said, historically that open space was adopted, but clearly this is not the case anymore. And as I said, in terms of open space, it's now usually put within a management company to manage open space provision, because obviously that has a cost to the local authority, which, as I said, now that's being borne by the developer and obviously the residents who come along to enjoy the open space. But I will pass you on to Simon to give you a bit more detail in respect to the highways provision. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. The original application for the original 750 houses, what we'd say is standard, pretty standard design, 2 points of access, spine road, loop road around the system with various bits of development off. We did have the extra piece of land here, the extra 200 units. A lot of work's been done in the background. We submitted additional transport assessments and everything else. So, as Ray said, the technical side of things does work. I don't know if you ever want to read these documents, but they're quite in depth in how they assess the capacity and everything else of the highway network. Generally speaking, for up to 300 units, we would be accepting of a single point of access, because I take your point about, yes, it all does go past 1 or 2 houses, but generally speaking, it's not to that point of you're not getting 300 houses, vehicles going past at one point. It's quite, it's throughout the day. It's a very drip sort of situation, with the exception of the peak hours, where you'd probably find there might be potentially 50 or 60 vehicles coming out of there based on the numbers that you've got there, that out of each access. So you've probably gone up from anything between 45 up to 90 coming out at the peak times, or going out and in over the peak times over that single point of access. So if you think of that over an hour, it's not a huge amount of traffic going to go up and down there. So it would meet our standards technically. It wouldn't require a secondary point of access. It, generally speaking, wouldn't require an emergency access, but that's been put in just because it's a good practice to do so, and it also allows us to improve the sustainability of the site by having extra penetration for pedestrians and cyclists out of the site. So a lot of the journey you go and which route you would take would pretty much depend where you were going, whether you're heading into town or possibly the A38, which access you would use anyway. So you can find on some of these developments, even if you put 2 accesses in, one could be more used anyway, based on where your trip's likely to be. In terms of what's going on the site, I take everything you've said. We've had a couple of meetings already, our area office has, regarding some of the issues on the site. It is unfortunate, but the road speeds are excessive for what they should be designed for. They have been designed correctly, and the old estate's been designed to modern principles where we're trying to keep the vehicle speed safe. Unfortunately, you can't always sort of legislate for people who decide they're outside of the law, or they want to drive in a manner that's inconsiderate to everybody else. All I can tell you, the rest of the estate and this part of it fully meets the standards that we would want to see off any development, both in terms of its connectivity, it's the actual implications of any of the additional development has been fully assessed, and there has also to compensate some of that, there's been an extra sum of money for off-site works towards Cappers Lane roundabout that will come online in the future, so we can provide a better improved roundabout lower on down in towards the town to accommodate some of the improvements and some of the uplift in traffic from this site and others that are going on in the area.
Okay, Simon, thank you very much for that. Yes, I know we need to progress towards a decision very shortly, but I think am I right in saying Councillor Salter you wish to come back, and also Councillor Ray as well?
Thank you, Chair.
Very quickly, please.
Yeah, I was just intrigued by the comment about the 20 mile an hour being imposed on it. And okay, you can, there are areas that Staffordshire will legislate that it is 20 miles an hour. Unfortunately, the police have actually said that they won't enforce 20 mile an hour zones. I'm involved with the 2020 action groups, etc. And we're fighting a losing battle because there is not the support to uphold these moves. That being the case, then we need other means of mitigation for traffic control, and a secondary access would help alleviate congestion in certain areas. It would help the flow. So I don't see a problem with insisting that there is this second access point.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Ray, please.
Yes, and I will carry on from what Councillor Salter said. And okay, technically, I think as Simon has said, technically it complies. I don't know all the technical specifications, but we have, it's not a major road. This is an estate road. There are still, so presumably that has been taken into account in accepting the sort of compliance with the technical specifications. But going back to what I was saying, it's the amenity for the residents who live on Morgan Mews with the additional traffic. That is not something I think that, this, by making this decision, this committee should agree to. And can I just ask for some history about the second access? So when did that fall away? Why did the developer come forward with just the one access? Why aren't they able to get the second access?
Okay, so thank you very much. As Councillor Cross as well, then we must start moving.
So just to finish it, is it a financial point that there is to buy the land to get the second access is going to cost the developer more? In which case, we need to be thinking about our residents and not the return of the developer.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Cross, then I'm going to ask for those questions to be addressed, and then we need to move towards a decision. Members, please. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to remind the committee that there is a almost identical situation to this currently in Fradley on Horner Avenue application, where Highways has approved a single access and an emergency exit on the site. That was refused at this planning committee. It's gone to appeal, and we are now waiting the decision of that. And it's almost identical to this situation here. And I think we should take that into consideration and maybe defer this application to hear the outcome of the Horner Avenue one, because if this gets approved tonight, then we would have problems with the Horner Avenue at a later stage.
Okay, I'm a little bit dubious about that. I think we need to probably just consult here Simon Hoare, County Highways, and I might even come on to Jane Cotton, the legal officer, in just a moment. Just Simon Hoare, please.
Sorry, just in terms of the Horner Avenue application, the County Council, we recommended a refusal on that, and we supported that refusal decision at the recent appeal hearing. But this one, we're not. We're recommending the application is approved because, unlike the Horner Avenue, it technically will meet all the standards in terms of visibility, road width, and etc. So there's a slight difference. Horner Avenue, we weren't happy with, and we were seeking a refusal or a recommendation. Where this one, we're comfortable with what's been submitted, meets all the necessary standards and requirements.
Thank you very much, Simon. So I think it would be slightly dodgy, if that's a correct word to use, dangerous even, to conflate two situations, because as has been indicated there by the County Council Highways officer, they are slightly different, and whereas he is supporting this application, he was happy to support refusal of the other one. So they are apparently quite different. I'm not really very not terribly well acquainted with the one you're talking about at Horner Avenue, but I think I'll take the guidance there of the County Council officer, which is suggesting that they are they're apples and pears effectively. Thank you. Anybody else wish to come in? Did you want to come in at all, Sarah?
Yeah, through you, Chair. I realised I hadn't commented on a query that had been raised by Councillor Chetland in respect to the density, which is 39.6, just under 40. So it is comparable with what's actually been built out on the original phase, the earlier phases of this development. And Councillor Ray also raised the issues of amenity in respect to the two the difference between the two. As I said, in terms of the highway survey that was carried out, and there was a survey, an addendum done in terms of the transport survey, they found that there wasn't a considerable, although there was an increase, there wasn't a considerable increase in terms of traffic movements caused by potentially coming from the one. And as I said, given the fact that the highways, the highways specification was up to standard, there was no reason to find that unacceptable, and our colleagues in environmental health haven't raised any objections in respect to air quality and in terms of the loss, in terms of the additional traffic from that element. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The original application was for 2 accesses. When did that change and why did that change?
As you're probably aware, as I said, it went to committee on the 27th of July 2020. The application, from what I believe, this is prior to me starting with the council, that the application that it was being considered through the 106 process. It became obvious at some time last year that, as I said, the access was not going to be able to be achieved in terms of 2 vehicular access points. And so the developer looked to ways of ameliorating that through potentially 1 access and then providing an emergency access, which is obviously to the north of the one that you're looking at. But I'm not aware of that. There are circumstances, but as I said, I've not been involved in that. As I said, it's not necessarily a planning issue. But for consideration, because we have to look at it on its own merits, and it's, as I said, it on as it stands, it's the 1 access to the development. Thank you.
The report to say AFCA was unable to secure a parcel of land towards the northwest, so they did try to buy that land. Maybe they still could buy that land.
That's a moot point, I think it's true to say, Councillor Ray. We're going to have to move towards a decision in a second. Could I just ask a question, please? The point was made about Councillor Chetland was very enthusiastic about the air source heat pumps and the EV points, electric vehicle charging points. Is the provision within the national grid, the provision of electricity is sufficient, is it, to meet the demands of 200 houses with EV charging points? And assuming that we have some cold weather, those air source heat pumps are going to be working quite hard as well. Is the special provision being made by the grid, please?
We didn't have any objections from, as I said, from the national power authorities, but I would assume, given the fact that this is, as I said, the requirements for air source heat pumps, solar panels and various EV charging points are not normally now coming directly through building regulations. So they're under a part, I don't know which part exactly, it's part M, I'm not sure, but as I said, it's part of the building regulations now, so all homes. So I would assume that would be incorporated through the national grid, or their requirements would be, they would be well known that they would need to obviously provide power or source of power for that element.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you. Members, we haven't really had, well, I think we did have 1 proposal from Councillor Cross, but it wasn't seconded. Sorry? No, it wasn't, was it? It wasn't a proper proposal as such. We need to take a vote on this. Now, the officer's recommendation is that we approve it. Sorry.
Just double checking, Councillor Cross, that there wasn't a proposal.
No, I didn't.
It wasn't a formal proposal, was it, Councillor Cross? No, I know you sort of intimated, but we didn't get to that stage.
No, I just wanted to raise a concern there. That was all.
Thank you very much. Okay. So we need to take a vote on this. I mean, the officer's recommendation is to approve. Do we have anyone willing to suggest that? Is that Councillor Anketel? Okay. So Councillor Anketel, you are proposing approval of this application, aren't you? Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Chetland, thank you. So on that basis, members, as I say, the officer's recommendation is to approve with the conditions. It's been proposed by Councillor Anketel and it's been seconded by Councillor Chetland. Could I please have a show of hands to approve this application?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6. Okay. Those against, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Okay,
No. Yeah.
6-5, yeah. Any abstentions, please? No, okay. Members by a majority of 6-5, so that's very close. That's probably one of the closest votes I've seen in a very long time. By 6 votes to 5, this planning committee has deemed to approve this planning application. This is 19/01015/OUTM. Street Hay has been approved. Thank you. Members, we now move on, with your blessing, to the final application. I thank you very much for that. I'd like to thank Simon Hoare as well from County Council Highways. Thank you, Simon. Thank you very much to Sarah as well. Sarah, you've had a busy night and I thank you. I now welcome Karen Bentley. Karen, thank you for joining us. Members, we now move on to the final application of the evening, and this is 22/01680 And to take us through this, we have Karen Bentley. I do appreciate, members, that are you disappearing now? You're leaving completely. Thank you very much, Councillor Anketel. Okay. So we're now going to move on to the final application of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, and at this rate, we may even finish at a semi-reasonable hour. Well, we're used to marathons, aren't we? We're used to marathons. So 22/01680 FUL. This is 15 Beecroft Avenue, Lichfield. Thank you again to Councillor Anketel. Thank you to Simon Hoare, County Council Highways. Thank you. Right, okay, for this then, Karen, when you're ready, we will go through this application, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Hello, members. This is the last application on the agenda tonight, and it relates to 15 Beecroft Avenue, Lichfield, and proposes a demolition of the existing bungalow and erection of one bungalow and one dormer bungalow. The application site comprises a detached bungalow that is currently unoccupied. The bungalow is of a non-standard construction, and we understand that the bungalow is not mortgageable due to this. The immediate surrounding area is residential, and you can see on here we've got some TPO trees on this view here. So the surrounding area is residential dwellings, and there's a mix of 2-storey modern and also traditional style detached houses and modern detached house, single-storey bungalows. So photograph 1 shows the existing bungalow, and you can see the TPO trees here to the left-hand side. There's 2 of those. Photograph 2 shows the existing dilapidated hedge to the boundary with the highway, and also a lamppost that will be removed and placed elsewhere to facilitate a new access point for the dormer bungalow. Okay, photograph 3 shows the street scene, the mix of bungalows and also 2-storey dwellings. You can just about see here the roof of the existing bungalow at number 15. Just past this, it's a caravan, isn't it, I think? So photographs 4 and 5, these just illustrate how close the bungalow is to the hedge at the rear. This is also the hedge at the rear, and this is the side boundary that goes on to number 17 there, adjoins that. So this is the existing site layout, and you can see that there is some pressure to the trees, the TPO trees at the moment with the existing bungalow. And you can also see its relationship with the bungalow adjoining at number 17. So this is the proposed layout. Please note that the pressure is being taken off the TPO trees. And has removed the original, with the original plans, there was a driveway that was going to be placed in here. But agreement with the arboriculturalist was to remove the driveway from there and place it at the front of the dwelling. You can still see that there's still landscaping around the fronts of the dwellings, so that the new dwellings fit well within the street scene. You can also see the garages at the back there, which the bungalows will be overlooking. Sorry, won't be a second. As you can see, this is a single-storey bungalow here, and it's set back about 2.5 metres from the front edge of the bungalow at number 17. And this is the dormer bungalow. This has 4 bedrooms, whilst the single-storey bungalow has 3 bedrooms. This is set back, sorry, lost my place, by 2.8 metres. There'll be a 2-metre fence around the boundaries of the site along here, and along here. And the hedgehog highway is being placed inside the boundary fence to allow hedgehogs to wander around the site. The ecologist is also is very happy with that, and also has agreed to a condition to be added for installation of a bat or a bird box in the front gables of each of the dwellings. There's parking for 2 cars to the front, which is in accordance with our sustainable design SPD for 3 and 4 bedroom dwellings. And the highways have asked that the hedge along the front here has a maximum height of 600 millimetres to enable exit and access to the site and with visibility display. It's considered that the design of the bungalows is in keeping with the surrounding vernacular. As set out in the committee report, when taking account of the size of the plots, the proposals and the remaining space that would be present around the application site, it was considered that the proposal would not result in overdevelopment and is inconsistent with the character of the locality. The application has sufficiently demonstrated where vehicles will park, enter and exit the site, and the Highways Authority is satisfied with the revised plan and accept the proposal with the conditions that have been added. And that's my presentation finished, Chair.
Karen, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. We have one speaker, two speakers, I beg your pardon, sorry. I think that was wishful thinking of mine. We've got Councillor Joanne Gray, the ward member, then we also have Mr. Alan Macbeth, the applicant's agent. So, Councillor Grange, welcome to the this fairly late session of the Planning Committee. Thank you very much for bearing with us, and I do apologise that you had to wait quite a long time. You have 10 minutes, as you will be aware. If you wish to take full benefit of that 10 minutes, that's entirely up to you. Your time will start as soon as you commence speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to keep to under 10 minutes. Good evening, committee. I don't think you'll find anyone who objects to demolition of 15B Croft Avenue, and its demolition would give a blank canvas and a great opportunity to do something that contributes positively to the area. With blank canvas, high quality development should mean no compromises against our policies are necessary. High quality development would mean that any new dwelling or dwellings would sit easily in the plot, provide an acceptable level of amenity, improve biodiversity, and not create road safety issues or worsen the street scene. Unfortunately, these plans do not represent high quality development. They are not welcomed by the residents in the vicinity nor the City Council, and simply represent overdevelopment to extract the maximum amount of profit. The plot is an awkward shape with protected trees. and trying to cram in 2 residences means that there are too many compromises against our policies to the detriment of the area, the amenity of future inhabitants, the quality of life of existing neighbours, and safety of road users and pedestrians. These plans do not adequately consider the limitations of the plot nor its surroundings. In making the case that you should refuse this application, I will focus on the key issues of residential amenity, impact on biodiversity, impact on the street scene, and road safety considerations. So firstly, residential amenity. Paragraph 3 in your report describes how neither property is going to have a long enough rear garden, despite this being a blank canvas plot. The depth of the 3-bedroom property's garden is given at 7.35 metres, but based on the plans, actual measurements, the position relative to number 17, and the fact there is to be a 2-metre high timber fence built on land inside the application site, that seems to be an overly optimistic measure. This garden will also require space to be given over to a cycle store in line with condition 9, and 3 wheelie bins and a blue bag in line with note 5 on page 243 of your report pack, given there is no unobtrusive area available anywhere else, making the usable space in this garden even less. Our sustainable design FPD notes, and I quote, that adequate space about dwellings is an important element in achieving a high standard of design and layout, and provides adequate daylight and sunlight to rooms and rear gardens. With a 2-metre high rear fence and a garden that falls well short of the 10 metres required by the SPD, the north-east facing rear garden and main window for the principal habitable living space of the 3-bedroom dwelling will not receive adequate daylight and sunlight, again demonstrating poor design. The issue with the size of the garden is caused principally because the parking provision is at the front of the property, whereas parking for all other bungalows on Beecroft is to the side of each house. In turn, this means that the new 3-bedroom property will be behind the established building line of the other 3 bungalows, and consequently have a shorter garden. This is just poor design that fails to take account of the limitations of the plot. If this plot was truly big enough for 2 dwellings, and given it's a blank canvas, there should be no need to compromise against our standards. Your report notes that the existing bungalow fails to meet the 10-metre depth, but that's irrelevant given its main amenity spaces to the side. The proposed 3-bedroom dwelling will not benefit from the side garden, so the situation isn't comparable or relevant. The size of the amenity space for the 4-bedroom dwelling is better, as it does have the benefit of the side garden. But as condition 12 requires the hedge to be maintained at 60 centimetres, this space will offer no privacy, and anyone walking or driving down the first part of Beecroft from the mini roundabout will have a grandstand view across the entire garden and into the ground floor and first floor windows. Anyone living in the house will have no privacy whatsoever. Again, this is just poor design, given it's a blank canvas plot, resulting from failing to take account of the complexities of the plot and trying to cram in 2 dwellings. The second issue is the impact on biodiversity, which is covered in section 6 of your report. In order to accommodate this development, and in accordance with condition 12, approximately 50 metres of mature, not dilapidated as it's been described, hedgerow along the southwest boundary will be reduced from around 2 metres in height to 60 centimetres in the interest of highway safety. This hedge is an absolute haven for nesting birds, invertebrates and small mammals. Rear and side hedges will also be ripped out and replaced with fences. Are we really to believe that all this environmental destruction can be mitigated via a bird box and a hedgehog highway? The developer has not shown a net gain to biodiversity, and we need to stop kidding ourselves that a bird box or 2 can overcome this level of environmental destruction. The report submitted with the application notes just 3 species of birds. I stood on the pavement near a hedge this afternoon and counted 8 species in 10 minutes, with a huge amount of activity in the hedge itself. Thirdly, the impact on the street scene and character of the area is a concern. The City Council in particular notes that the new access point on a narrow road will significantly alter the street scene. Reducing the height of the hedge will also have a massive negative impact on the street scene, and having no front garden is out of character with the rest of the street, where parking is provided to the side of the houses, allowing greenery and landscaping to the front. Finally, highway issues. If you've read the responses from residents on the website, you will see that a majority cover concerns about highway issues, including parking and the bends in the road. Beecroft Avenue is the main access to Gayerfields Road, Vale Close, Gayalands Crescent, Bulldog Lane and the Charters, i.e. significantly more than 100 houses. The only other access is via the single track part of Bulldog Lane, which most people avoid, and which certainly is inaccessible for anything bigger than an SUV type car. I've lived on Bulldog Lane for 17 years. I use Beecroft. I don't drive that part of Bulldog Lane. Beecroft is also used extensively as a pedestrian route from North Lichfield into the city centre. Beecroft itself is a narrow road. In place, it's only around 5.5 metres wide, and the absence of pavement in parts makes the effective width less. As a result, unfortunately, people park partially on the pavements to ensure the road remains passable, and in turn, this means people walk in the carriageway. This is particularly dangerous now we're moving to quieter electric vehicles, and I've had a couple of near misses where pedestrians haven't heard me coming and have stepped out in front of me on the road. Staffordshire County Highways has partially recognised the risk by insisting the hedges cut down to 60 centimetres, but they're probably missing the local knowledge of how pedestrians use Beecroft. As there is no pavement on the northerly side from the junction with Anson Avenue, pedestrians walk on the southerly side until just before the second bend, immediately by the proposed driveway for the 4-bedroom property. At this point, pedestrians tend to walk straight across to pick up the pavement outside number 15 and carry on past numbers 17, 19 and 21. This means that the main crossing point for pedestrians is going to be exactly where vehicles from the 4-bedroom property will be reversing out into the road and round the bend to exit via Anson Avenue. It doesn't take a lot to see this conflict between vehicles and pedestrians is going to be problematic, especially given the dogleg in the proposed new driveway for the 4-bedroom property, which will need an S-shaped manoeuvre to exit towards Anson Avenue. In conclusion, there are many reasons for this application to be refused. It is not high quality development, contrary to policy BE1, because it does not carefully respect the character of the surrounding area and doesn't have a positive impact on the natural environment. With a completely blank canvas after the demolition of the existing property, compromises against our policy should not be required. It does not provide a high level of amenity, especially in respect of the 3-bedroom property, contrary to the Sustainable Design SPD, both in terms of private amenity space and daylight and sunlight to main habitable rooms, which face northeast and will be shaded by a 2-metre fence. Sitting in the main living space of this house will be somewhat similar to sitting in a dark cave. There is no net gain to biodiversity, contrary to policy NR3, and the impact of cutting down a mature hedge from 2 metres to 60 centimetres along approximately a 50-metre length cannot be mitigated by a bird box and a hedgehog highway, which is actually only necessary because of the proposed new fences. Without these fences, hedgehogs are perfectly able to walk through the hedges, but the rear and side hedges are to be ripped out and replaced with fences. The highway safety issues have not been adequately addressed, even though Staffordshire County Highways recognises there are issues through the requirements cut down the head. I urge the committee to refuse this application and for the developers to come forward with a proposal which is more sympathetic to the plot and hence which is more in line with our policies. Thank you, committee, for your time.
Councillor Grange, thank you very much indeed. You packed an awful lot into your 7.5 minutes.
You got almost 9.
Oh, 9.5 minutes. Okay.
I'm getting better.
Okay. You should have been a racehorse commentator. Thank you very much indeed for that. No, a lot of information there for us to mull over. And you obviously know the area extremely well. It's I think you probably live very close by, don't you? Thank you. The next speaker we have is this is Alan Macbeth from Macbeth Design Limited and is the applicant's agent. Unlike the ward councillor, Mr. Macbeth, you have 5 minutes. You only have 5 minutes. And with 4.5 minutes elapsed, you will be notified of the fact that you only have 30 seconds left. Your time starts as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, good evening, everybody. I know it's a bit late, but see if we can catch up with things and do this as quick as possible. Yes, listening to the various objections, that's all very well, but we've taken this through a pre-application process. We've then had ecology reports done. There's lots of reports that were done on this site that all came back reasonably positive. And when it came to trying to respond to this in a design sense, you've got basically a 1,024 metre square site, which is about a quarter of an acre. It'd be highly unusual for that quarter of an acre not to be split into two, because if you go to standard house building standards, it's split it up into 10, the 1 acre, 10 plots. We've got twice that as far as this is concerned. So from an area standpoint, that's fine. It's not unusual, and it's not the density that's been suggested. When it comes to the site having constraints, very carefully looked at regarding the two tree preservation orders that are on this site are both being maintained and improved in terms of how the buildings have been positioned. The buildings themselves, it's not all about. A developer originally would say to us, "Can we have 2 4-bed houses on here?" And the answer is no, you can't. You have to take account of the neighbours, the profiles. There was a lot of 3D analysis work done on this. It's all up on the website if people wish to look. It studied the shadows, everything. So as far as good design is concerned, all the tools have been used to maximise, obviously, and optimise the potential of that site, but within reason. That's why we have one larger bungalow and one smaller one, because of the neighbours' views opposite. And when it comes to the street, every single building opposite these properties has an issue with accessing Beecroft Lane already. This one here actually purposely puts it, we're not talking about 30-mile-an-hour roads here, or 40-mile-an-hour roads. So I don't know how many accidents have occurred down there, but as far as we're advised by transport, there haven't been any. So somebody must be walking around very carefully. But on the whole, when you look at the work that's been done and the people that have been consulted with, both outside as consultancies and inside Lichfield District Council, it's every single policy, as far as we've been able to identify, has been discussed, altered frequently, and met. You'll note in the corner of that drawing, there's little lines. They're all revisions. That's revisions by going back and forward to the planning department, to Lichfield District Council's professional people. And this is the result of that consultation. This has changed since we started, which is what you're supposed to do. You negotiate, you make things, you put a case forward and then you discuss it and then you bring it back again. You then reconsult if things change. The tree officer must have spent several hours with me on the telephone explaining why I wanted the buildings to move so that the tree cover would be kept. He didn't want cars underneath the tree. Why do you think? The trees in the summer, on top of your car body paint work, not going to look very good. And that's something that Gareth here, I think, who was in the room earlier, made quite clear. So we didn't want to tamper with the TPOs. We didn't want to try and ramrod things. We want the landscape there. And as far as the hedging down the edge originally is about just under a metre, or I think it's more like 800 millimetre high. So 600 is not going to make a huge difference. And it's still got the wildlife in there because the trees are still there. The greenery, most of the greenery on that site is retained. And if you looked at the footprint, so let me move it backwards there. Look at the footprint of the house, a massive house, absolutely huge, totally unworkable inside and not developable. £200,000 to fix it. So who's going to do that? So this was had to go to auction, and somebody's bought it at auction and said, what can we do that will get permission on the site? But taking account of all the other issues that we know will come up, like trees, like neighbours, like people such as the previous speaker. And so this is a fairly good response to the site in terms of optimising it. Okay, so I'd like to say it is optimised. Of course it is. That's what you do. You do it, whether you're a developer or not. And as far as the design of the buildings is concerned, they're high quality materials here. We're not talking about brick. We're talking about brickwork, masonry, tiles, traditional or rather non-traditional actual elevations, if you study them carefully, on purpose to improve the variety of buildings down the street. And there are not just bungalows in Beecroft Avenue, there are all kinds of other houses as well.
That's time.
But
thank you, Mr. Macbeth. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry to cut you off there, but we are very strict about the fact that 5 minutes is all that speakers are allowed, and we try to be fair to everyone. Thank you. Members, you've heard various views there being expressed. Ward Councillor Joanne Grange and Mr. Alan Macbeth, the applicant's agent. Slightly converging views, I think it's true to say. And Councillor Salter, I think you are indicating that you wish to speak, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have to say I'm heartened by the amount of exploratory work that's been undertaken by the applicants and working with our officers to try and get the best, unlike a lot of developers that we're coming across of late. I have concerns though about the trees. If we look between that particular slide and the previous one, we can see that the existing layout is affecting the lower of those three TPOs trees. But with the newer development, if we click to that one, the building goes out much more to the northwest. Yes, okay, it doesn't hit the canopy, but groundworks to put the footings in is going to cause quite a heavy impact on the root system of those trees. That is, to me, a great concern. I know our agricultural officer has looked at that, and I would assume that he's taken that into consideration, but I do know that he has refused work near to root systems on trees in the past. That does, to me, look very close.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Salter. I think the arboricultural officer has covered that on page 241. But I'll let you have a look at that if you wish to. Next speaker is Councillor Latham, please, then Councillor Ray.
You want to before me. Yeah, I'll try not to let you think I've lost the plot. Following the Great Fire of London, those who rebuilt London followed the ancient Greek principles of only building when it's necessary, build well, and build it beautifully. The necessary side of this for me is someone's making a profit. Why cram two houses into a space, which admittedly is a big space, but that looks like you're using a crowbar to get these two houses in. It's overdeveloped, overmassed. It needs one sensible sized house or two 3 bedrooms. That's overcrowded.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Latham. I think next was Councillor Ray.
Yeah, well, Councillor Latham's made a number of points that I was going to make. So I'm the ward councillor and know this site as well, albeit I haven't been involved in any discussion with the council. I think that from a density point of view, mathematically, it might comply with policy. The challenge is, and we probably councillors, we've all come across this, is where you have triangular sites. They aren't suited well to usually more than one property, and this is what we've got here. And if we look at that plan, you know, the 3-bedroom bungalow, the lowest one, that's a sizable property, and you can see the size of the garden. You know, from an amenity point of view, for people who are going to have to live in there with a family or whatever, that is not much space. And as Councillor Grange said, the current configuration of the other properties along there are the car parking is along the side of the properties, as opposed to here it's been configured with the properties with the car parking at the front. So that's my concern, and it comes because of the shape of the triangular shape of the site. It does not suit itself to that sort of level of massing and design.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. I'm going to go to Councillor Baker, then Councillor Checkland, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we've been talking about design quality, which is policy BE1. I think there is room for improvement. My big concern is the biodiversity loss. There clearly is going to be that. We're losing, I understand, hedges at the bottom, at the back, you know, the north side of the building. And then we're going to put 2-metre high fences in without hedgehog provision as well. I'll just add that for Councillor Salter. So we're taking hedges out there, and then on the front we're reducing a hedge, obviously to a more manageable size, but even so, the trees themselves do not make up the loss of hedgerow, totally different biodiversities. So I think on there, I find it quite a difficult one to support. Yeah, I'll be frank, I think go back to the drawing board. When I first looked at the plans, I was quite happy with them. But then when I've looked at it again and the amenity, I am far less convinced, I'm afraid. And it's not like me to say that sort of thing.
Councillor Baker, is it a step too far to say that you're proposing a refusal there, or?
Yes, I think I will propose refusal.
You will, okay.
Based on B1 quality design and the lack of improvement to biodiversity, but I can't remember what policy that is.
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you very much, thank you. Yeah, of course, yes, okay. Thank you, Councillor Baker and Councillor Cross, thank you. Councillor Checkland, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points. The 2 metre high fence, I think got mentioned, runs between the two properties, right? The full extent does it. The reason I'm asking is my concern is the road safety and the splays involved of pulling out of these roads. You're supposed to be able to see 43 metres in each direction from 2.4 metres away from the edge. The two cars in the left-hand premises, even if they were facing the right way, they can't see 43 metres, particularly if there's a 2 metre fence there.
Okay.
That's it basically. I mean, quite often we ask for turning circles and things like that, but I mean, my reaction would be reverse on every time you got home, but it's a different type of safety.
Thanks very much, Councillor Checkland. Any other points that people wish to make? Okay. Do we need reasons?
Yes.
We need to firm up the reasons.
Chair, can I ask you can officers give some advice on the reasons that have been proposed so far before? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, we've got some reservations being expressed by members. So if Karen, you could just probably satisfy some of those concerns which are being expressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm that the requirement from the Sustainable Design SPD for amenity space for gardens is 65 metres squared. The space here is actually 85 metres squared, and that's why we thought on balance the length of the garden, because it was 20 metres squared plus, that would be on balance, that would be okay. With regard to removal of the hedgerows along this boundary and this boundary will remain. They're not being removed. Although there will be a boundary fence put here, the hedgerows are still remaining there. Along the centre here, it's a 130 millimetre fence, so it won't restrict views at the road. The highways officer is happy with the visibility displays and satisfied with that from both driveways. I'm trying to think what the other thing was. Oh, and the impact on biodiversity. These hedges here will be lowered, but these hedges here will still remain. So there is a huge impact on biodiversity. And Christy Charlesworth, our ecologist, is happy that won't have a net impact. And that the addition of the bird and bat boxes, the fact that the hedgehog highways will be fitted, and the gardens, that there won't be an impact on biodiversity.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, Councillor Ray, yes, please.
I take your point, Karen, about the
3-bedroom bungalow, the meterage of the garden is compliant, but with the SPD, but the length isn't, is it? Because the length is a 10-metre SPD requirement.
Yeah, I think the point being made is that there is a quid pro quo. There's a loss of length, but there is an increase in width. And so I think the argument is that on balance, it can be shown that there is reasonable amenity space whilst it still falls short in one respect. Yes, of course. Of course. Of course. Yes, Jane, if you wish to go. Jane Cotton, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, through you. Just to remind members that the two reasons that have been mentioned, and I think have been seconded, is that right? Yeah. Are the quality of design and biodiversity. Although members, other concerns have been expressed, those are the two reasons that have been mentioned in this motion. And I was just inviting the planning officers to advise if they're satisfied with the general quality of design, or whether they consider that you need further details. You need to concentrate. Is it the garden? Is it a cramped form of development? So can I just ask the planning officers what they think you need to concentrate on?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the design, we're happy with the design. We would struggle to sustain a refusal. It comes back to, would we sustain this on appeal? And my professional advice is that in terms of the design, in terms of what's around that site, the sort of bungalows to the south and the two-storey properties over the road, there's a variety down there. There's no distinct pattern. And these dwellings have been modelled to fit in with what's around it. Yes, it is two properties replacing one, but the footprint of the existing one is rather large, as you can see. So that's in terms of design. In terms of impact on biodiversity, again, we've got our ecologists telling us that it's acceptable. Yes, there's going to be some impact, but the impact is not unacceptable. There's measures in place which would be secured by condition to make sure that the biodiversity is not only just maintained but also enhanced. So I think that's the officer viewpoint, and I will let you carry on.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Kerry. Any other members? Councillor Latham, please, then we must get to a vote.
Could we just go over the height of the dividing fence? The one you gave sounded as if it was about 13 centimetres high.
Yes, I think you said 100, was it 130 millimetres, I think it was, which I think was perhaps incorrect.
Oh, yeah, that's the size of the hedgehog.
Right. Okay. So can we just have clarification, please, on the height? And then, members, we must move to a vote. Any other comments while we're just waiting? Any other comments, questions? No. Okay. Yeah, we're just waiting for an answer on the. Members, based on the answers that you've had from the planning officer, can I just ask whether the proposal that we had from Councillor Baker, and then it was seconded by Councillor Cross, having heard the answers, are you still wishing to go ahead with that proposal?
They'll be there to second the proposal.
Right, I'll better stick with the proposal as I have a seconder, but in terms of the quality of design, I think I was, and I think other members were thinking about very much the cramped nature of it. The garden amenity is an on balance decision rather than an explicit decision. In terms of biodiversity, I might remove the word loss, but I still think there's not appropriate biodiversity gain. And also concerned about the hedges at the back. They're going to be hidden by a large fence, which needs to be hedgehog friendly, but that will impact on the viability of those hedges in the long term. Hence my comment on biodiversity.
I'm just going to ask for Artemis Christofi to come in here.
I just want to clarify on the reason for the biodiversity, being that there's insufficient biodiversity being proposed to mitigate the proposed development. That better word.
I think that sounds much more succinct.
Okay, members, so you've heard the arguments there for and against. Councillor Baker has proposed refusal. It's been seconded by Councillor Cross. Can I have a show of hands, please, for those who wish to support refusal? Those against refusal, please.
It's against that proposal.
Against?
Yeah, so against the proposal that's been.
Okay, against the proposal as it has been put to you. So those against that proposal, please. That looks like 6, seven. Okay. Thank you. That is lost then. Okay. So we now need to go for approval.
So now we go.
The officer's recommendation, members, the officer's recommendation, which is on page 252, I think it is. The officer's recommendation is to approve this application. Could I please have a show of hands, those who wish to approve it, please? That's 7, 4. Those against, please. That's 4, 7. It's 7-4, isn't it? By a vote of 7-4, that application is granted. So I can tell you that the final application of the evening, and some of you must have thought we'd never get there, but we have. A bit like climbing Mount Everest, isn't it? Application 22/01680/FUL has been granted permission by this planning committee here on Monday, the 6th of March, 2023. Members, I thank you all for your attendance. I'd very much like to thank all the officers who have participated this evening. Members, I'm indebted to you for staying until 10 o'clock again this evening. Thank you for that. I'd like to thank the speakers and all of those who've been watching this planning committee meeting online. And at this point, it is 2 minutes to 10. I declare the meeting closed, and I thank you very much for your attendance, and I wish you good night. Thank you.